There is a part of you that does not belong to the modern world. It is older than cities, older than language, older than memory itself. It is the instinct that once kept our ancestors alive in the dark, through famine, predators, war, and collapse. And the unsettling truth is, it never really disappeared. It is still here, buried beneath routine, waiting for the moment the world feels unsafe again. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, something moves at the edge of the firelight, and for one fraction of a second the body understands the danger before the mind does. The shoulders tighten, the breath catches halfway in. The pulse arrives like a blow from inside the chest. Eyes lock on the dark opening beyond the ring of light where the grasses bend, or where a branch shifts, or where nothing at all may be there except the oldest possibility the human animal has ever known, that something is watching, and that if it is faster, quieter or hungrier, this night may end badly. It is an ancient scene, older than cities, older than monuments, older than prayer spoken under roofs, and in some form it is still with us, not only in forests, deserts, or mountains, not only in war or disaster, but in apartment corridors at midnight, in the sudden silence before a crash, in the involuntary glance over a shoulder in an empty parking structure, in the strange electric alertness that passes through a crowded train when no one yet knows what is wrong. Civilization likes to imagine itself as a clean break from that older world. It is not. It is a layer. Beneath it, the deeper machinery remains awake. The modern world is full of padded surfaces meant to reassure. Locks click into place. Screens glow softly in the dark. Weather forecasts arrive in advance. Food comes wrapped, labelled, and stacked under white lights. There are emergency numbers, maps, cameras, medicines, warning systems, insurers, flood barriers, handrails, and instructions posted on walls. It is easy, in such a world, to believe that survival has become administrative, something delegated to institutions and infrastructures, something managed by systems rather than felt in the bones. Yet that confidence is fragile. Let the power fail in a city tower. Let a phone battery die on an unfamiliar road. Let the ground shake hard enough to remind everyone that the floor is not a promise. Let smoke slide under a door. Let a scream cut through an otherwise normal evening. In those moments, the ancient arrangement returns with unnerving speed. The body narrows its priorities, noise sharpens, time misbehaves. The future shrinks to the next 10 seconds. What survives from the distant human past is not only a set of stories about danger, it is a way of meeting danger that has been rehearsed for hundreds of thousands of years. Long before anyone builds walls or writes laws, a human life depends on reading patterns quickly, on distinguishing the ordinary from the strange, on sensing when the landscape has become wrong, a flock rising all at once, an unusual silence among insects, the smell of water where there should be dust, or dust where there should be water, tracks near a sleeping place, a face in the brush, a sudden coldness in the air. To stay alive in the ancient world is to become intimate with signals, many of them subtle, many of them easy to miss once. Missing them twice often means there is no third chance. What survives in the record suggests that our ancestors do not endure because they are the biggest animals, or the fastest, or the strongest. They endure because they become astonishingly sensitive to threat, astonishingly quick to share warning, and increasingly capable of turning fear into action rather than paralysis. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, the strange thing is that this instinct does not feel ancient when it appears. It feels immediate. It feels personal. It feels like the most truthful thing in the room. A person can spend years imagining themselves rational, composed, and modern, then discover in one flashing moment that they are first of all an organism built to last until sunrise. The hand reaches before thought catches up. The foot backs away before the reason is clear. The voice drops. The pupils widen. Attention, that most precious resource in the wild, floods toward the possible threat and abandons almost everything else. There is no committee meeting inside the skull. There is a command transfer. The old systems seize the controls because, over immense spans of time, hesitation kills more reliably than embarrassment ever could. That is why the body would rather alarm itself 10 times for shadows than stay calm once in front of teeth. It is an expensive strategy in peaceful settings, but in violent landscapes it works. And those landscapes are the real authors of this story. Human beings are not shaped in comfort, they are shaped in exposure. Across Africa, where the earliest chapters unfold, life moves through open ground, broken woodland, river margins, thorn country, dry seasons, storms, and long intervals of uncertainty. Food appears unevenly, shelter is temporary, night is not empty. Big cats hunt in darkness, hyenas test the edges of camps, venom waits under stones and in grass. Rivers sustain life and take it away. Fire warms and destroys. Injury is never small because infection waits patiently behind every wound. Even the weather behaves like an adversary. Heat drains judgment. Cold punishes weakness. Drought can unravel a region that seemed generous only months before. In such a world, survival is never just about finding enough to eat. It is about staying readable to your own environment while it keeps changing faster than comfort allows. This does not mean early humans live in a permanent state of blind terror. That image is too crude, too theatrical, and not supported by the fuller picture. Fear alone is not a survival system. It burns energy, exhausts judgment, and can become fatal if it overwhelms coordination. What emerges instead is something more refined, a calibrated vigilance. The body learns when to conserve and when to explode into action. Groups learn routines that create safety without wasting precious effort. People sleep in patterns. They watch in turns. They choose positions with visibility, access to water, and some degree of defensibility. They read wind. They read animal behavior. They remember where danger came from last season and where it may come from again. Scholars still debate how much of this can be inferred from fragmentary archaeological traces, because the evidence remains incomplete and behavior rarely fossilizes in neat forms. But the broad outline is hard to miss. Ancient survival is not chaos. It is discipline without writing, strategy without maps, memory without archives. This is where the romantic image of prehistory begins to break apart. There is a modern temptation to imagine early human life as either idyllic or miserable, without nuance a pure world of harmony with nature, or a brutal world of constant suffering. Neither is enough. The ancient world is beautiful, but beauty offers no guarantee of mercy. A sunrise over grasslands does not mean safety. A valley full of game can become a trap by dusk. A fruitful shoreline can disappear under storm surge. What matters is not whether the world is lovely. It is whether the people moving through it can interpret its moods quickly enough to remain among the living. This is one of the quieter truths buried under our myths of progress. Human beings are not separate from danger by default. They have to negotiate with it, study it, adapt to it, and sometimes endure it when no negotiation is possible. There is also another discomforting truth here. The instinct that helps people survive the ancient world is not morally tidy. It does not arrive bearing modern values. It is not fair, balanced, or generous in its first movement. Its job is not to understand. Its job is to protect. That means it often prefers suspicion to openness, retreat to curiosity, speed to reflection, and the familiar group to the unknown outsider. Much later, moral systems, religious traditions, legal structures, and philosophical ideas attempt to discipline these impulses, to widen sympathy beyond the immediate circle, to tell the human animal that not every stranger is a threat and not every alarm deserves obedience. But those later achievements are built on top of older reflexes that remain startlingly quick to return. No single explanation fully accounts for why the body so often outruns the better intentions of the mind. But one reason is clear enough: the deeper system is old. And old systems do not disappear merely because newer ones are more elegant. A great deal of what we call normal behavior still bears the fingerprints of this inheritance. People prefer exits they can see. They relax more easily with a wall behind them. They scan crowds without noticing they're doing it. They wake at unexpected noises faster than at expected ones. They dislike uncertainty not only because it is inconvenient, but because uncertainty was once the doorway through which death usually entered. The body has not forgotten that pattern. It has only adapted it to new settings: a sudden financial collapse, a blackout, a pandemic siren, a message no one can verify, empty shelves where there should be abundance, a road blocked for reasons no one understands. These may be modern events, but the response they awaken is ancient. Hoard, flee, freeze, follow the group, protect the child, distrust the stranger, watch the horizon, listen for information, prepare to lose what cannot be carried. The most unsettling part is how little ceremony is required to strip the surface away. A city can feel permanent right up until the moment it does not. A person can feel secure right up until the exact second the body decides otherwise. That speed is a clue. It tells us that the instinct is not decorative. It is foundational. It sits below ideology, below education, below self-image. It is part of the architecture. That is why this story begins not with kings, temples, or buried treasure, but with a nervous system under pressure. Long before human beings build civilizations capable of collapse, they build themselves around the problem of not collapsing individually in a dangerous world. The ancient survival instinct is not a strange leftover from some obsolete chapter of history. It is one of the central achievements of being human at all. And yet it carries a mystery. If this instinct is so old, so deeply wired, so continuously useful, why does it so often misfire now? Why does a body built to detect predators react to an unread email, a late-night notification, a crowded elevator, or a silence at the other end of a phone call as if something physically lethal is nearby? Why do people in relatively safe environments still live with pulses that race, muscles that tense, sleep that fragments, and minds that scan for danger in the absence of teeth, claws, or visible pursuit? Part of the answer lies ahead, in landscapes long vanished, and pressures almost impossible to imagine at full scale. Part of it lies in the body's reluctance to distinguish sharply between ancient threats and modern abstractions, and part of it lies in a simple fact that civilization prefers to understate safety, in the long history of our species, is the exception, not the rule. So the story opens here, at the boundary between light and dark, where reaction arrives before language, Not because fear is the whole human story, but because without fear, there may have been no long human story at all. Beneath memory, beneath custom, beneath the layers of order and routine, there remains a set of instincts forged by exposure, sharpened by loss, and passed forward not as a myth, but as a living readiness. The hand still tightens, the heart still accelerates. The eyes still search the margins. Somewhere inside the modern human mind, the fire is still burning, and beyond it the darkness is still full of shapes that may or may not be real. The body, as ever, prefers not to wait long enough to find out. Long before human beings name fear, they live inside its grammar. There is no written warning, no inherited proverb, no carved law telling the body what to do when shadow moves against shadow, or when the air suddenly changes in a way that does not feel right. There is only reaction, and then, if reaction works, survival. This is the older world beneath memory, a world in which life persists not by understanding itself in language, but by answering pressure with motion. What later becomes instinct begins here as selection, repeated so many times across such vast spans that the body starts to carry its own rough archive. Creatures that hesitate too long vanish. Creatures that ignore pattern vanish. Creatures that fail to distinguish between routine and rupture vanish. The survivors do not necessarily know more in any reflective sense. They simply remain long enough for their sensitivities to shape the next generation. That story reaches far back before anything recognizably human stands upright under an open sky. It reaches into the lives of mammals that survive by startle, by scent, by sudden stillness, by explosive flight, by nervous systems tuned to irregularity. Much of what feels distinctly human in moments of alarm is not uniquely human at all. The jolt at a noise behind the body, the automatic orientation toward movement, the widening of perception under threat, the narrowing of priorities when danger seems close, all belong to a much older inheritance. Human beings do not invent the basic architecture of survival response. They inherit and intensify it. What changes over time is the range of environments through which this architecture must function, and the increasing burden placed on memory, cooperation, and anticipation. The evidence remains incomplete when one tries to map emotional life onto deep evolutionary stages, because bones preserve structure better than inner experience. Still, no single explanation fully accounts for human vigilance unless it is rooted in this older animal foundation. Early hominins live in a difficult balance between ground and refuge. They are not the supreme beings of the landscape. They are vulnerable, edible, often exposed, and physically unimpressive beside the larger predators that dominate many of the regions they inhabit. The image of primitive human confidence, spear in hand and gaze fixed heroically on the horizon, comes much later and says more about modern fantasy than ancient reality. For long stretches of prehistory, survival likely depends less on dominance than on sensitivity. Knowing when not to be seen matters as much as strength. Knowing when to remain silent matters as much as speed. Knowing when to cluster close, when to climb, when to move before dawn, or when to leave a place that looked safe yesterday, may mean the difference between a lineage that continues and one that stops. The world these early beings occupy is full of partial protection and unreliable safety. Trees offer escape, but not always enough. Open ground offers visibility, but visibility works both ways. Water promises life, yet attracts competitors and predators. Carcasses provide nutrition, but also invite confrontation. Even fruiting areas and shade become contested spaces. The body living in such conditions cannot afford indifference. It learns to attend, and to attend selectively. Not every sound deserves panic. If every gust of wind triggers total flight, the cost becomes too high. Energy is precious. Injury is expensive. Wasted movement under heat can be fatal. So the nervous system begins doing what it still does now, sorting. This signal matters. That one probably does not. This pattern feels wrong. That one belongs to the ordinary rhythm of the day. The body becomes, in effect, a prediction engine shaped by consequences. It does not need philosophy. It needs enough accuracy to see another dawn. This is one reason prehistory should not be imagined as a blank period before real human complexity begins. Complexity is already there, only distributed differently. It lives in muscle timing, in sensory filtering, in social spacing, in the capacity to track what changes across a landscape over hours or seasons. A troop or band that survives is not merely lucky. It has some working relationship to risk. Individuals learn from one another even before teaching becomes formal. Alarm spreads socially. One body startles and another follows. One pair of eyes fixes on a point in the grass and the whole group recalibrates. This kind of shared attention is one of the quiet revolutions of survival. It means danger is no longer processed by isolated organisms alone. It begins to move through connected minds and bodies. What one notices, others can benefit from. What one misses, others may correct. Long before written knowledge, the group itself becomes a survival technology. At this stage, reaction is still faster than reflection, because reflection, in the modern sense, barely exists. Yet it would be wrong to imagine these beings as mechanical. Even simple vigilance requires evaluation. Is the movement caused by wind or by stalked muscle? Is the scent fresh enough to matter? Is the cry overhead ordinary, or a sign that some other creature has already detected danger? Scholars still debate how much can confidently be said about the cognitive worlds of early hominins. And the farther back one goes, the more inference begins to dominate. But what survives in comparative behaviour, anatomy, and later human adaptation suggests that the roots of interpretation are already deep. The body does not merely react as a switch flips. It reacts through graded assessment, a rough but functional reading of probability shaped by prior exposure. In that sense, fear begins not as chaos but as pattern management. It is also here that another important truth appears. Survival is never only individual. A lone organism can be swift, alert, and adaptable. But the human line becomes powerful largely because it does not remain lone for long. The infant human is unusually helpless. Care lasts a long time. Injury recovery often requires tolerance or assistance from others. Shared foraging, warning, food transfer, and collective defense all increase the odds that fragile lives can continue. That means the ancient survival instinct develops not only as personal alarm but as social glue. Bodies orient toward one another under threat. Grouping itself becomes a response. Nearness means more eyes, more noise when needed, more confusion for predators, more hands if something goes wrong. Even now, in emergencies, people often move toward familiar others almost automatically. The impulse is old. It belongs to a world where isolation is rarely a sign of freedom and more often a prelude to loss. The body learns first, but the body does not learn alone. It learns in weather, in terrain, in repeated exposure, and in the presence of other bodies reading the same environment. This matters because the line between instinct and experience is never clean. Some responses are built into the inherited structure of the nervous system. Others are sharpened or softened by what an individual encounters. A juvenile who survives one near strike from a snake, one close rush by a predator, one season of severe thirst, will not move through the world quite the same way again. Memory begins as changed behavior before it becomes story. The scar in the tissue is one thing, the scar in movement is another. Together they create the first deep layering of survival knowledge. By the time more recognizably human ancestors emerge, this inherited system has already been worked on for millions of years. Bipedalism alters exposure and perception. Hands become more available for carrying, shaping, striking, and signaling. Travel patterns shift. Open landscapes place greater demands on scanning and coordination. There may be advantages in seeing farther over grass, in moving efficiently across longer distances, in transporting food or infants, in using simple objects defensively. But every advantage creates new vulnerabilities. Upright movement can expose the body. Longer ranging can separate individuals from immediate shelter. Dependence on cooperation increases the cost of group fracture. No single trait solves the problem of survival. Instead, evolution keeps assembling packages of compromise a little better at distance, a little better at detection, a little better at endurance, never entirely safe. There is a lesser-known detail hidden inside this long development that deserves attention. For much of human prehistory, the greatest danger is not always the spectacular moment of attack that modern imagination prefers. More often it is accumulated vulnerability, slight dehydration, a twisted ankle, a missed meal followed by another, exposure during cold rain, infection after a minor cut, falling behind by a little, choosing the wrong route during scarcity. In that world, the ancient survival instinct is not only about responding to dramatic threat, it is about responding early, before conditions cross some invisible line beyond which recovery becomes unlikely. This may be one reason human beings remain so sensitive to small signs of disorder even in modern life. The nervous system was not trained only by catastrophe. It was trained by gradients of danger, by subtle shifts that became serious only if ignored too long, over enormous spans. These realities shape something paradoxical in the human line. The same creature that becomes capable of remarkable curiosity also becomes deeply tuned to interruption, anomaly, and dread. Curiosity sends people outward. Survival pulls them back toward caution. The two are not opposites. They grow together. To explore successfully, one must remain exquisitely alert. To take risks and live, one must detect when risk is turning into exposure. This is part of why human beings become so effective across changing environments. They're not fearless. Fearless organisms tend not to last. They're responsive, social, observant, and increasingly able to layer immediate reaction with remembered consequence. Before memory becomes formal, it exists as embodied bias toward shelter, toward company, toward caution at the wrong sound in the wrong place. And so the deeper history of survival begins not with some dramatic awakening in which early humans suddenly realize they're fragile. Fragility is older than realization. It is the condition from which realization eventually grows. First comes the jolt, the flinch, the clustered movement, the accelerated pulse, the refusal to ignore the strange. Only much later come myths, rituals, protective symbols, warning traditions, defensive architecture, and the language to describe what danger feels like. The first inheritance is simpler and more enduring. React, survive, learn through the body, pass forward whatever keeps the lineage intact. Civilization will eventually drape these reflexes in explanation, morality, and custom. But underneath all of that remains the older instruction written into living tissue by repetition and consequence. That is why the ancient survival instinct does not begin as a story people tell themselves. It begins as a pressure the body obeys. It belongs to a time before memory in the human sense, before history, before names for fear or courage, before anyone can stand apart from an experience and describe it. Yet even there, in that dim pre-human depth, the foundations are being laid, attention is being sharpened, alarm is being socialized. Vulnerability is being negotiated through movement and proximity. The body is learning that the world is not neutral, that small irregularities matter, and that to remain alive one must often answer before one fully understands. When later humans feel the old surge of readiness in modern settings, they are not malfunctioning in any simple way. They are expressing a continuity so ancient that it predates the very idea of the self that believes it ought to be calm. The world that shapes human vigilance is not a backdrop. It is an active force, patient and severe, teaching its lessons without language and repeating them until they settle into muscle, attention, and expectation. Long before people build permanent shelters or mark territory with walls, they move through landscapes that can nourish them one month and expose them the next. A plain is never just a plain. It is a field of sight lines and concealment, of prey and predator, of wind direction, distance to water, and the dangerous arithmetic of how far a body can travel before heat begins to win. A forest is never just cover. It is abundance mixed with ambiguity, a place where food may be near but where danger can remain hidden until the last possible instant. Rivers, coastlines, cliffs, marshes, deserts, uplands, and grasslands each ask different things of the creatures passing through them. Over immense time, these places do more than host human life. They train it. In the oldest environments of human evolution, uncertainty is rarely an exception. Rain arrives late, herds move away from familiar ground, dry seasons extend longer than expected, fire races through a corridor that held food only days before. Sudden cold grips regions that had seemed manageable. The landscape, in other words, refuses to stay still long enough for trust to become easy. This matters because a nervous system develops differently in a world of predictable generosity than in one of recurring disruption. If the environment offers stable reward with little cost for misjudgment, vigilance can soften. If the environment punishes inattention again and again, vigilance becomes adaptive. What survives in the long human record suggests that our ancestors are repeatedly shaped by the second kind of world. Not a world of non-stop catastrophe, but a world where safety is conditional and must be read continuously rather than assumed. Climate is one of the great invisible instructors in this story. It does not attack with claws, yet it kills on a scale no predator can match. Across the Pleistocene especially, the larger frame of human existence is one of fluctuation. Ice advances and retreats. Rain belts shift. Lakes expand and disappear. Grasslands open, contract, and fragment. Forest margins move. Habitats that support one set of animals give way to habitats that support another. Routes that seem reliable for generations can become traps within a relatively short span of geological time. Scholars still debate exactly how specific climate pulses connect to specific turns in human evolution and migration, because the evidence remains incomplete, and regional timelines do not always align neatly. But the broad pattern is unmistakable. Humans become what they are in a world that keeps rearranging the terms of survival. This has consequences not only for movement, but for emotion itself. Fear is often imagined as a reaction to immediate threat, to teeth in the dark or an enemy on the horizon. Yet landscapes teach a slower form of apprehension, as well the sense that conditions are changing in ways that may soon become dangerous. A drying water source does not scream. A thinning herd does not announce a future famine. A season that begins a little wrong may not reveal its full cost until months later. To live through such conditions is to become sensitive not only to events, but to trends. Ancient people do not have satellite data or climate models, but they do have memory, pattern, and consequence. They know, in practical ways, when a place begins to fail them. They know the smell of dust when rain should have come. They know the silence of birds that usually gather near water. They know the uneasy distance between expectation and reality. The landscape trains them to notice the beginning of trouble before trouble fully arrives. Darkness is another teacher, perhaps the oldest and most intimate of them all. Night changes the balance of power. Vision weakens. Sound grows more important. Distances become uncertain. The ordinary becomes uncanny. Predators that avoid daylight move with confidence. Firelight provides a boundary, but only a partial one. It offers warmth, some protection, and perhaps a psychological centre. Yet it also sharpens the darkness beyond its reach. There is a reason human beings remain so responsive to what may be just outside the visible field. For countless generations, the edge of sight is exactly where danger waits. No single explanation fully accounts for modern discomfort with darkness, enclosed silence, or unseen movement. But one line of continuity is difficult to ignore. The night world shaped human expectation long before electric light taught the body to relax indoors. Open ground teaches a different lesson. In grasslands and sparse woodland, the problem is not hidden danger alone, but distance and exposure. A body seen from far away cannot rely on surprise. It must rely on detection, coordination, and sometimes speed. In such places, vision becomes an instrument of survival, and attention stretches outward. The horizon matters. A break in the ordinary line of movement matters. Dust rising where no herd should be matters. The ability to stand, scan, and interpret becomes part of the human package. Yet visibility brings no guarantee of control. To see danger early is not the same as being able to stop it. Often it merely gives a little more time to choose whether to flee, cluster, hide, or fight. That extra time, however, is exactly the margin evolution works with. Survival does not always require mastery. Sometimes it requires only a few seconds of warning. Then there is the landscape beneath the feet, which teaches through pain. Uneven ground, unstable slopes, loose stone, hidden holes, river crossings, thorn fields, ice, mud, and cliffs all impose a quiet pressure on the body. A misstep in the ancient world is never trivial. An ankle turned at the wrong time may expose an individual to predation, slow a group, or make long-distance movement impossible during scarcity. This is one of the lesser-known realities behind the grander story of survival. Human beings are not shaped only by the spectacular dangers that attract dramatic retellings. They are shaped by terrain that punishes carelessness with cumulative consequence. It is one reason bodily caution becomes so deeply rooted, looking where one steps, testing surfaces, hesitating at an unstable edge, feeling unease at heights or at uncertain footing. These too may carry the long memory of landscapes that offered no rescue after a fall. Water teaches perhaps the harshest contradictions. It is the center around which life organizes itself, yet it is also a source of risk. Rivers provide drinking water, fish, fertile margins, and routes of movement. But they also attract other animals and create bottlenecks where vulnerability increases. Floods can erase familiarity overnight. Seasonal waterholes become zones of competition. Shorelines promise abundance while exposing people to storms, tides, and sudden change in arid regions. The search for water can override almost every other calculation, drawing humans into open spaces, contested zones, or migration routes filled with uncertainty. To be human in such settings is to develop a relationship with hope that is inseparable from danger. Water is salvation, but never innocent salvation. The body learns to want it, fear losing it, and mistrust any assumption that it will remain where it was before. These environmental pressures do more than create stress. They sort behavior. Groups that fail to read a landscape disappear more easily from it. Groups that notice subtle shifts, remember roots, share environmental knowledge, and remain flexible under changing conditions are more likely to endure. This may be one reason human beings become such compulsive makers of mental maps. Even before formal cartography, they track places in memory where cover lies, where stone can be found, where predators den, where seasonal plants return, where game crosses, where cold settles after sunset, where water lingers longest into drought. The mind becomes geographic because the body must survive in space, not in abstraction. Fear, in that sense, is often spatial. It belongs to certain valleys at certain hours, to certain ridges in storm season, to certain routes when food is low and strangers may also be moving. There is also a paradox at the center of this training. The same landscapes that sharpen caution also produce skill, resilience, and confidence. People do not simply cower before difficult environments. They learn them, move through them, and in some cases become astonishingly adept within them. Desert people know signs invisible to outsiders. Forest dwellers hear distinctions others miss. Hunter-gatherers can read ground, weather, and animal movement with a degree of precision that seems almost supernatural to modern eyes, though it is only deep attention refined by necessity. The survival instinct, then, is not merely fearfulness, it is literacy in danger. It is the capacity to read conditions quickly enough to act before the cost becomes irreversible. That literacy does not remove uncertainty, but it reduces helplessness, and the distinction matters. Fear without skill leads to paralysis. Fear joined to knowledge becomes readiness. Still, the landscape always keeps something back. A storm forms faster than expected. A predator uses cover unusually well. A drought extends beyond remembered precedent. A familiar route becomes impassable. A season arrives wrong enough that the old knowledge no longer fits perfectly. This is where anxiety, in its deepest evolutionary sense, may begin to take shape, not as pathology in the modern clinical sense, but as a persistent awareness that no environment can ever be read with complete certainty. The body remains alert because the world remains capable of surprise. Ancient survival depends not on eliminating surprise, which is impossible, but on remaining adjustable under it. Flexibility becomes as important as vigilance. The landscape teaches both by rewarding those who notice and by punishing those who assume too much continuity. That lesson never entirely leaves the species. Even in modern environments, people remain sensitive to changing conditions in strangely ancient ways. A street that feels wrong at an unusual hour, a familiar neighborhood made unsettling by silence, a weather shift that creates unease before conscious reasoning identifies why, an empty shelf, a dry tap, a stalled elevator, a road closure, a sudden crowd movement. Much of this may seem far removed from prehistoric grasslands or glacial cold, yet the deeper pattern is similar. Human beings are still reading environments for disruption, still reacting to departures from expected order, still carrying nervous systems shaped in places where broken patterns often meant real danger. Civilization modifies the setting, but it does not erase the habit of scanning for instability. And so the landscapes of prehistory do not remain behind us as scenery left in some distant evolutionary chapter. They continue inside perception itself. Ice teaches caution, drought teaches restlessness, darkness teaches vigilance, open ground teaches scanning, unstable terrain teaches precision, water teaches longing mixed with fear. Over hundreds of thousands of years, these lessons accumulate until they become part of what feels normal to a human body under pressure. The instinct we call ancient is not abstract inheritance. It is the compressed memory of worlds that repeatedly demanded attention and punished inattention. Before there are cities to defend or empires to lose, there is this simpler and older education: the land is never passive, the weather is never trivial, and survival belongs first to those who learn to feel when the world has started to change. Before human beings explain danger, they embody it. The body becomes the first archive, storing lessons in tension, flinch, posture, breath, and anticipation long before anything like formal knowledge exists. An injury avoided by instinct leaves no inscription in stone, but it may still alter the future of a life. A hand withdrawn quickly enough from a striking snake, a foot paused at the subtle edge of rotten ground, a spine stiffened at the sound of movement in brush. These are not ideas in the ordinary sense. They are responses shaped by systems far older than conscious reflection. This is one of the deepest truths in the history of survival. The body learns first, and often the body learns fastest because it has no time to wait for the slower work of interpretation. At the center of this process is speed. Threat, in the ancient world, rarely announces itself in a form polite enough for detached reasoning. It arrives suddenly, often partially, as noise without source, motion without clarity, smell without visible cause, or pain before understanding. In such moments, survival depends on responses that move faster than full awareness. The eyes turn, the muscles prepare, blood flow shifts, digestion quiets, attention narrows. The body commits itself to a smaller and more urgent universe, one governed by immediate consequence rather than long-term contemplation. No single explanation fully accounts for the exact subjective experience of early humans under threat, because inner states do not fossilize, but the biological machinery involved is ancient and broadly shared across mammals, and in human beings it becomes joined to increasingly subtle forms of perception and memory. The result is an organism that can feel the beginning of danger almost before it can think it. This is why fear is not best understood as a simple emotion layered on top of an otherwise neutral human core. Fear is infrastructural. It reorganizes the body in real time. The heart beats harder not because drama is useful, but because oxygen and nutrients need to reach muscle quickly. Breathing changes because stillness and action both require rapid adjustment. Sweat appears because heat management begins to matter the moment exertion becomes possible. Muscles tighten because a body that may need to run, strike, climb, brace, or carry cannot remain entirely at ease. Even pain may temporarily recede if the larger priority is escape. These changes feel abrupt in modern life, because they often activate in situations that do not end in physical struggle. In the older world, however, they make immediate sense. A body slow to reallocate itself under threat is a body that fails in the most literal way. Yet the body does not learn only from direct danger. It learns from repeated nearness to danger, from atmosphere, from patterns that precede harm. This is where experience begins to shape instinct in ways both subtle and powerful. A person who has once heard the cough of a big cat at night will not hear darkness in quite the same way again. Someone who has once watched water vanish from a trusted source will scan future dry seasons with altered attention. The body absorbs these associations not as neat lessons, but as changes in readiness. Certain places create more tension. Certain sounds pull the head faster. Certain silences become harder to ignore. Memory begins as altered physiology before it becomes narrative. A nervous system that has passed through threat does not return to an untouched baseline. It carries forward a modified sense of the likely. Over generations, such learning interacts with biology in a way that makes the human survival system unusually flexible. Some responses are deeply conserved and broadly shared. Startle at sudden noise, orientation toward movement, heightened alertness under uncertainty, avoidance of pain, rapid grouping under threat. But layered on top of these are learned sensitivities shaped by environment and culture. A body raised in open country may read horizon disturbances differently from one shaped by dense woodland. A person in a river valley may react sharply to changing currents or cloud forms that mean little elsewhere. A community familiar with venomous animals may teach attention to ground, hand placement, and shelter edges in ways that become second nature. Scholars still debate how far inherited preparedness can be distinguished from learned patterning in deep time, and the evidence remains incomplete. What seems clear is that the human body is not fixed to one narrow script. It is equipped to be trained by consequence. Pain plays a larger role in this training than modern comfort allows people to appreciate. In the ancient world, pain is not merely unpleasant. It is information, punishment, boundary, and warning. A blister can change movement enough to affect a journey. A strained tendon can reduce access to food. A cut can introduce infection with consequences that unfold slowly and without mercy. The body therefore learns to anticipate pain before it happens, adjusting behavior around remembered damage. This is one reason caution becomes embodied rather than purely intellectual. The hand hesitates at thorn thickets. The foot tests loose ground. The back braces before lifting. The body remembers cost in ways that thought alone would never maintain with such consistency. And because minor injury can cascade into major vulnerability, anticipation of pain often becomes anticipation of death by extension. The ancient survival instinct is full of these indirect calculations, though they occur mostly beneath awareness. There is a lesser-known detail here that matters. The body is not trained only by what harms it, but also by what almost harms it. Near misses may be among the most powerful teachers of all. The branch that falls a moment too late. The predator glimpse just before concealment fails. The thin ice cracked, but not fully broken. The stranger seen watching from farther off than expected. The cliff edge discovered at dusk rather than in darkness. These moments can leave no physical scar and still alter behavior profoundly. What survives in modern psychology supports the idea that the nervous system is especially sensitive to uncertain threat and incomplete danger. It does not require a full injury to change its future calibration. In evolutionary terms, this makes sense. Waiting for repeated proof can be fatal. Better to overlearn from one narrow escape than to underlearn from many warnings. This is also where pattern recognition becomes one of the great human advantages. The body begins noticing regularities that are too quick or too subtle to pass through formal reasoning each time. The movement of grasses against wind direction, the absence of birdsong at the wrong hour, the smell of carrion carried faintly before a scavenger appears, the unusual agitation of herd animals, the changed texture of snow, the way smoke lies flat before weather turns. Pattern recognition is often celebrated as intelligence, and it is, but in its earliest and most essential form it is bodily intelligence. It is not abstract problem-solving detached from urgent life. It is the conversion of repeated environmental contact into fast judgment. Human beings become difficult to kill partly because they get very good at detecting deviations from the expected. The body does not need certainty. It needs enough suspicion soon enough. The chemistry of all this matters too. Stress is not a metaphor in the ancient world. It is a physical state with costs and benefits, one that mobilizes survival in the short term and exacts wear in the long term. A body under frequent threat becomes efficient at readiness, but readiness is expensive. It depletes, disturbs sleep, alters appetite, and keeps the mind near the edge of interruption. In environments where danger is recurrent, this cost may still be worth paying because the alternative is worse, but it means the ancient survival instinct carries a tension within itself. The very systems that preserve life can also grind against it when activated too often or for too long. This is not merely a modern problem. It is probably ancient in origin, though difficult to reconstruct directly. A lineage shaped by danger must tolerate stress, yet stress itself can weaken judgment and health. Survival, as so often in human history, is built on compromise rather than perfection. The body also learns socially. Human beings read one another's alarm with extraordinary speed, a widened gaze, a changed posture, a sudden stillness, a quick intake of breath, an altered tone. These can spread attention through a group before the source of threat is even visible. This ability may be one of the quiet foundations of collective survival. One person sees movement, others turn before they know why. One body freezes, others become cautious without conscious instruction. This is not language in the full sense, but it is communication of the most vital kind. Over time, gesture, sound, and eventually speech deepen this process. Yet the body remains the first transmitter. Even now, groups react to tension that no one has yet explained. Elevators go silent. Crowds shift. Families wake to the fear in one member's voice before any clear information is given. The body not only learns first, it often teaches first as well. At some point, this embodied learning begins to interlock with memory in a more distinctly human way. The body flinches, but now the mind can connect the flinch to prior events, to a place, a season, a face, a route. The archive becomes layered. A sensation summons a recollection. A recollection sharpens future response. This fusion is crucial because it allows human beings to move beyond simple reaction into informed anticipation. They are no longer only startled organisms. They become creatures capable of carrying bodily lessons across time and applying them in new but related situations. A child can learn caution from a parent's posture as well as from direct experience. A group can alter sleeping arrangements because a sound pattern resembled something dangerous weeks before. The body remains primary, but the mind is beginning to extend the body's reach. Still, there is no clean line where old instinct ends and higher thought begins. The two remain entangled, under intense pressure, the more ancient system still sees control quickly, because that is what they were shaped to do. This explains something unsettling about human nature. People often understand danger intellectually only after their bodies have already decided how to respond. The pulse has risen, the skin has tightened, the muscles are ready. Explanation arrives second. Civilization tends to flatter conscious reasoning, but survival has always depended on deeper systems being allowed to interrupt it. The body is not an inconvenient relic of our ancestral past. It is the frontline instrument that carried our ancestors through worlds where delay meant loss. That is why the ancient survival instinct cannot be reduced to stories about courage or fearfulness. It is written into circulation, posture, attention, memory, and reflex. It is present in the hand that pulls back, the neck that turns, the stomach that drops, the shoulders that tense before impact is understood. The body learns through repetition, near miss, injury, atmosphere, and the observed alarm of others. It becomes a living record of dangers encountered and dangers imagined. Because in the deep past, imagination itself may often have been only anticipation sharpened by memory. By the time human beings begin to make shelters more reliable, shape tools more deliberately, and extend safety through fire and cooperation, they are already carrying this embodied education within them. The land has trained their senses, experience has tuned their nerves. The body has become not just a vessel for life, but a vigilant historian of everything that once tried to end it. By night, safety becomes visible as a small and temporary thing. A campfire does not conquer the dark, it edits it. It creates a trembling border within which human beings can eat, mend, watch, speak, and perhaps sleep in something like confidence. But beyond that border, the older world remains fully intact. Eyes shine and vanish. Sounds arrive without shape. Wind shifts carry information badly. The body, even at rest, never entirely surrenders its vigilance. This is one of the great turning points in the human story. Long before cities or states, long before fortified walls and granaries and organized defense, people begin constructing little islands of order against a world that offers none by default. Fire is among the earliest and most powerful of these constructions, not because it ends danger, but because it gathers human attention into a center and gives the night edges that can be read. The control of fire is easy to romanticize because it feels like such a clean symbol of progress. Light in darkness, warmth in cold, cooked food, hardened tools, smoke against insects, a place to gather, is sign that human cleverness has begun to outwit the environment. All of that is true, but only partly. Fire is not a final victory. It is a bargain. It offers protection while demanding fuel, maintenance, knowledge, and constant respect. It can preserve life and ruin it with equal indifference. In drought, it becomes a threat to everything nearby. In wind, it behaves badly. Left unwatched, it dies or spreads. What survives in the anthropological and archaeological record suggests that the mastery of fire is less a single invention than a long and uneven deepening of skill, with many periods and places still debated. Scholars still debate exactly when routine control becomes widespread, and the evidence remains incomplete because ash and burn traces do not always preserve clean histories, yet its significance is unmistakable. Fire does not abolish ancient fear. It gives fear a perimeter. Inside that perimeter, human beings can begin doing something rare in prehistory lingering. Food can be processed with more efficiency. Tough roots soften. Meat becomes safer and easier to chew. Heat extends the hours in which bodies can function after sunset or before dawn. Light allows hands to work where darkness would otherwise end activity. A camp, however temporary, becomes more than a stopping place. It becomes a node of repeated behaviours, of shared routines, of remembered arrangement. Tools are set down in certain areas. Sleeping places gather in particular relation to warmth and visibility. Children remain near the centre. Watchfulness is distributed. This may seem simple, even obvious, but it matters enormously. Survival is no longer only movement through danger. It becomes, in part, the creation of small controlled environments inside danger. Human beings begin to manufacture conditions under which the body can lower its guard slightly without becoming defenseless. That slight lowering is important, because life cannot be lived at full alarm forever. The ancient survival instinct is powerful, but it is costly when sustained without pause. Firelight offers the possibility of regulated vigilance rather than constant raw readiness. Not safety in the modern sense, but a managed reduction of exposure. There is warmth where cold once bit through the night. There is visibility where darkness once erased shape. There is a centre to orient around. A place where warning travels quickly and where the edges can be watched from relative advantage. In this sense, fire may not only change diet, mobility, or technology, it may also change emotional life. It creates one of the first reliable settings in which the nervous system can practice recovering from strain while remaining alert enough to survive. No single explanation fully accounts for the emotional significance of early fire use. But it is difficult to imagine the human capacity for collective calm developing in quite the same way without it. Yet the protection is always fragile. A fire is only as secure as the circle around it. If the group is too small, if the fuel runs low, if the ground is wrong, if the wind turns, if the surrounding terrain offers easy concealment, the island of safety thins quickly. The glow that comforts human eyes can also advertise human presence. Predators may hesitate at flame, but hunger is patient, and not every threat respects the same boundaries. Rival humans, too, may see what the fire reveals. The camp becomes a paradoxical structure, a refuge made possible by visibility and vulnerable because of visibility. To settle even briefly is to gain some order and sacrifice some concealment. Ancient life is full of such trade-offs, and this is one of the most revealing. Safety is never obtained absolutely. It is assembled by balancing one type of risk against another. The same is true of tools. A sharpened point, a cutting edge, a hafted implement, a thrown stone, all widen the human margin of survival, but none of them turns the body into an invulnerable creature. Tools matter because they extend reach, concentrate force, and alter the terms of encounter. A human with fire-hardened wood, shaped stone, or later more complex hunting technology is no longer relying only on hands, teeth, and raw avoidance. The body gains an artificial limb, a means of acting at distance or with greater consequence. This changes hunting, defense, butchery, shelter construction, and movement through difficult environments. Still, tools do not erase fear. In many ways they refine it. Once a group depends on crafted implements, breakage becomes dangerous, loss becomes costly, maintenance becomes part of staying alive. The ancient survival instinct now has one more category to monitor, not only the condition of bodies and landscapes, but the condition of the things on which bodies increasingly depend. This dependence on objects may be one of the quieter revolutions in human prehistory. A creature that survives through immediate bodily response alone is limited to what its body can do in the moment. A creature that survives through maintained technology begins storing solutions outside itself. A spear point holds labour from the past and promise for the future. A prepared hearth holds an expectation of return. A cache of useful stone carries foresight. The camp begins to gather not just people, but accumulated intention. What survives in the record suggests that this externalization of survival changes the rhythm of life. Danger is still ever present, but there is now a growing layer of deliberate preparation standing between the human body and the world. This layer remains thin, easily broken, and unevenly distributed, yet it matters because it marks a profound shift. Humans are beginning to build defenses in advance rather than only respond in the moment. Shelter works the same way. Early shelters are not houses in the later sense, and often the best protection is still topography, vegetation, overhang, cave entrance, or simple placement within a landscape. But even modest structure changes the emotional geometry of a night. Wind can be reduced, visibility can be controlled, entry points can be limited, bodies can cluster with more predictability, objects can remain near at hand. Sleep, that dangerous surrender necessary to life, becomes slightly less exposed. The evidence for very early shelters is often fragmentary and hard to interpret, because perishable materials vanish and natural formations complicate the picture. Still, what survives in the record suggests repeated human efforts to shape immediate space for defensibility and comfort. This is a deeper story than architecture. It is the story of humans trying, again and again, to carve out pockets of lowered vulnerability in a world that does not willingly provide them. It is tempting to think that once these islands of safety emerge, fear begins to recede. In one sense it does. The body no longer faces every night exactly as it once did. Fire changes darkness. Shelter changes wind and exposure. Tools change encounters. Shared routine changes uncertainty. But another kind of awareness grows alongside these protections. The more humans can create order, the more they can perceive how limited that order really is. A fire goes out. A shelter collapses. A tool breaks in the middle of need. A storm turns a camp into open exposure within minutes. A cave that feels secure may trap smoke or draw predators. The contrast between refuge and danger becomes sharper, precisely because refuge now exists. Ancient people do not only know fear in the open, they also know the fear of losing the small protections they have made. This may be one reason human attachment to place becomes so intense so early. A good camp is not just convenient, it is life extended, a reliable overhang, a sheltered bend in terrain, a defensible rise near water, a cave with favourable conditions. These are not luxuries, they are remembered solutions. Groups return to such places because they hold reduced uncertainty. Repeated use creates familiarity. Familiarity lowers the cost of vigilance slightly because the terrain is already partly known. Paths are recognized. Risk points are remembered. Fuel sources are understood. Escape routes have been tested. This does not make the place safe in any final sense, but it makes danger more legible, and legibility is often the closest thing ancient humans can get to security. At the same time, the campfire itself begins doing more than warming bodies. It organizes attention socially. People face inward and outward at once. They share food, signal mood, exchange warning, perhaps begin telling experiences in early forms that eventually mature into narrative tradition. Around the fire, the human group becomes something more than a cluster surviving side by side. It becomes a community held together by common exposure and common defense. There, memory can start moving from body to body with more precision. One person's encounter with danger can become another person's preparedness. This matters because it reduces the need for every lesson to be paid for with direct suffering. The camp is not only where fear is managed, it is where fear begins to be taught. Still, the darkness beyond the fire never becomes meaningless. It stays charged because it remains the place where the unknown gathers. Even now, long after electric grids and sealed rooms, the human imagination still loads darkness with possibility more quickly than it loads daylight. That continuity is not accidental. For much of our history, darkness is where information thins and consequence thickens. The fire teaches humans they can push back against that condition, but only locally. Only provisionally. They can make warmth, they can make light, they can make tools, routines, and structures. They can create islands of safety. What they cannot do, at least not yet, is transform the whole world into one. The old environment still surrounds the glow on every side, and that may be the central emotional truth of this stage in human history. Survival no longer depends solely on naked reaction. It now depends on maintaining little systems of protection, little acts of foresight, little technologies of reassurance. Yet each of these systems remains vulnerable enough that vigilance cannot disappear. The body learns an important new lesson. Danger can be held at bay, but only through effort, memory, cooperation, and constant repair. This lesson never leaves us. Modern people still live inside camps of a more elaborate kind, warmed, lit, provisioned, defended by infrastructures far beyond anything prehistory could imagine. But the ancient feeling persists because the principle is not changed. Safety is made, not given. It is local, conditional, and always somewhat thinner than it appears. The fire burns, the camp holds, the tools remain near the hand, and beyond all that, the larger darkness waits as patiently as ever. Even with fire at the centre and tools close to hand, the ancient human world is never threatened by animals alone. Teeth and claws are obvious dangers, but they are not the only ones, and in some ways they are not even the most complicated. A lion behaves like a lion. A hyena behaves like a hyena. A storm does not pretend to be a friend, but another human being, especially one from beyond the familiar circle, introduces a different kind of uncertainty. Intentions cannot be read at a glance. Hunger, fear, competition, and opportunity can all wear the same face. This is where the survival instinct becomes more social, more morally tangled, and far harder to separate from the later human habits of loyalty, suspicion, exclusion, and violence. The old body does not only learn to fear what hunts it, it learns to fear what resembles it too closely to be dismissed and too differently to be trusted. Predators remain central. Of course. For much of human prehistory, large carnivores are not background scenery but constant pressure. Big cats command speed, stealth, and lethal force. Hyenas are tireless opportunists, capable of testing the margins of camps, stealing food, harassing the wounded, and exploiting weakness with unnerving patience. Crocodiles turn water into ambush. Venomous snakes punish inattention with little warning. Even scavengers can become dangerous when bodies are tired. Children are exposed, or the injured fall behind. In such a world, human beings do not become vigilant by choice. Vigilance is extracted from them. They learn to read not only direct signs of threat, but the signs that precede threat: disturbed birds, flight patterns in prey animals, unusual stillness, scent on the wind, tracks crossing too close to a sleeping place. This literacy in danger becomes one of the most practical forms of intelligence the species possesses. Yet the predator problem is not simply about attack. It is also about competition. Early humans often move through the same landscapes as carnivores, and the struggle is not always a clean division between hunter and hunted. Carcasses become contested. Water sources become contested. Sheltered places become contested. Human groups may scavenge where predators have fed, and predators may approach where humans have butchered. In this shared world, danger is often negotiated through timing, caution, numbers, and nerve. Sometimes survival depends not on defeating the stronger creature but on arriving after it leaves, before others do, and without attracting too much attention in the process. Scholars still debate the exact balance between hunting and scavenging in many early periods, and the evidence remains incomplete. But no single explanation fully accounts for human survival without acknowledging how often our ancestors live in landscapes where every resource is shadowed by the possibility of confrontation. This pressure does something important to social life. A lone human is vulnerable in too many ways. More eyes detect more danger. More hands can carry the young, the injured, or the dead weight of a butchered animal. More voices make stronger warning. More bodies mean a better chance of intimidating what cannot be outrun. Group living for humans is not simply pleasant association or sentimental belonging. It is protection translated into structure. People cluster because clustering works. The familiar group becomes a shield made of memory, trust, and repeated cooperation. One person knows who keeps watch well. Another knows who panics. One knows who shares food after a failed hunt and who withholds. Another knows who can be counted on when darkness thickens and something large is moving nearby. The survival instinct, in other words, begins tightening around social knowledge. Safety does not lie in humanity in general, it lies in known humanity. From this point, the stranger becomes a serious problem. Not always an enemy, not automatically a threat, but a problem in the original sense of the word, something uncertain that must be assessed under pressure. Another group on the horizon might be a source of exchange, mating partners, shared information, or temporary alliance. It might also be a source of theft, infection, violence, or simple competition over a limited landscape. Ancient people cannot afford the luxury of assuming good intentions, because the cost of being wrong may be immediate and final. What survives in both ethnographic analogy and later human history suggests that first contact is often governed by posture, distance, signalling, display, and cautious testing rather than openness. The body reads unfamiliar humans partly through the same systems it uses to read other threats: movement, proximity, tone, numbers, unpredictability. This does not mean prehistoric people are permanently hostile. It means they are calibrated for caution, where the unknown carries real consequences. There is a darker layer here as well. Predators may take individuals, but rival humans can take more than bodies. They can take territory, caches, tools, mates, and access to water. They can drive a group off a route at the worst possible season. They can turn scarcity into catastrophe. In times of abundance, contact may sometimes be tolerated or even welcomed. In times of stress, tolerance thins rapidly. Scarcity sharpens identity. Under pressure, the familiar group becomes more precious, and outsiders become easier to frame as danger. This may be one of the deepest roots of tribal loyalty. It is not, at first, an ideology. It is a survival calculation. The people close to the fire are the people whose behavior is legible, whose past actions are known, whose children smell like the same smoke, whose losses alter your own chances of living. Everyone else belongs to a field of uncertainty the body is reluctant to enter without reason. This does not mean that all suspicion is inherited in some simple genetic form. Scholars still debate how much modern in-group preference and out-group fear can be traced to evolutionary pressures versus later cultural shaping, and the evidence remains incomplete. What seems likely is that deep predispositions and social learning work together. Human beings are prepared to care intensely about group boundaries because group boundaries once often mapped onto real differences in survival. But the exact shape of those boundaries, who counts as familiar, who counts as alien, and how much fear is attached to difference, all of that is also trained by experience. A child raised inside a group that treats every outsider as threat will grow into a differently calibrated adult than one raised within broader networks of exchange. The ancient survival instinct offers the raw readiness. Culture tells it where to look. Predators, meanwhile, continue to shape the pace of life in quieter ways. Sleep is one of them. Sleep is necessary. But in dangerous landscapes it is also a dangerous surrender. Human groups likely reduce this vulnerability through shared sleeping arrangements, strategic site choice, fire, and watchfulness. The details remain uncertain because such behaviors leave faint traces at best. Yet what survives in the logic of risk suggests that nobody in these worlds truly sleeps as if untouched by threat. One reason modern humans wake so readily to unexpected sound may lie here. In nights, where the difference between a harmless disturbance and fatal approach can be measured in seconds. The body never entirely exits alertness, it merely modulates it enough to continue living. This is not restful peace in the modern ideal, it is guarded rest. And it may explain why vigilance feels so natural even when exhaustion says it should not. Children deepen all of these pressures. A species with long dependency must become especially serious about protection. Human infants and young children are not merely smaller adults. They are prolonged vulnerability walking on uncertain legs or carried in already burdened arms. They slow movement, demand food, create noise, and inspire defensive behavior powerful enough to reorganize group priorities. The ancient survival instinct is therefore not only self-protective, it becomes intensely parental and communal. Alarm sharpens around the young, camps are arranged partly for their protection, movement routes are judged partly by whether the smallest bodies can survive them. A predator near a camp is not just a threat in abstract terms. It is a threat to the future stored physically in children. This may help explain why human fear becomes so readily transferable. Adults react not only to what endangers themselves, but to anything that might reach those they are responsible for carrying into adulthood. There is also a lesser-known point that matters here. Rival humans may be more frightening than predators precisely because they can imitate safety. A predator announces itself by species-typical behavior. Another human can signal peace while preparing harm, retreat while planning return, or share temporarily while competing over the long term. This creates a new layer of cognitive burden. The body must learn not only to detect immediate threat, but to monitor motive through incomplete clues. Gesture, distance, posture, and access suddenly matter even more. Trust becomes a resource that cannot be given away carelessly. Over time, this may encourage more sophisticated social reading, but it also imposes a permanent cost. Once the human animal learns that its own kind can be both refuge and danger, social life never again becomes simple. And still, human beings are not driven only toward conflict. The same species capable of sharp suspicion is also capable of alliance, tolerance, exchange, and remarkable cooperative range. This is part of the tension at the heart of our inheritance. The survival instinct pushes toward caution, but it cannot push so far that all contact fails, because without some widening of networks, human groups become too brittle. Mates must sometimes come from elsewhere. Information about routes, seasons, threats, and resources may travel between groups. Tools or materials may move across larger distances than any one band can manage alone. What survives in the archaeological record suggests both conflict and connection, though the balance varies by place and time. No single explanation fully accounts for human sociality, because it is built from competing demands protect the known, but do not seal the world so tightly that adaptation becomes impossible. This tension leaves a mark that persists deep into later history. People continue to divide the world into inner circles of trust and outer zones of uncertainty. Communities create rituals of entry, signs of belonging, and habits of mutual recognition. Leaders emerge partly because coordinated defense and coordinated caution become necessary. Stories preserve warnings about strangers, raiders, deceivers, shape-shifting enemies, dangerous outsiders. Even where literal predators retreat from daily life, the social predator remains vividly imaginable. This continuity is not evidence that human beings are doomed to fear one another. It is evidence that the ancient environment rewarded fast judgment under uncertainty, and fast judgment rarely produces generous nuance in its first movement. So the old instinct hardens in two directions at once. One direction leads inward, toward loyalty, familiarity, and protective closeness. The other leads outward, toward scanning, suspicion, and defensive readiness at the edge of the known world. Predators teach the body that danger can appear suddenly and physically. Rivals teach it that danger can arrive wearing a human face. Between those lessons, the group becomes more than companionship. It becomes a survival boundary, a line between what is legible and what is not. Around the fire, with children near the center and tools laid within reach, people begin to understand something the species will never entirely forget. Safety is not only a matter of shelter against nature, it is also a matter of deciding who may approach the light, who must remain beyond it, and how quickly the heart should change its rhythm when unfamiliar footsteps enter the dark. Sooner or later, every survival system meets the same ruthless test, not the sudden predator, not the single storm, not the stranger at the edge of camp, but the long arithmetic of not enough. Scarcity changes the meaning of every decision. A route that would once have seemed foolish becomes necessary. A risk that would once have been rejected becomes tolerable. Trust narrows, movement lengthens, tempers shorten. The body, already shaped by vigilance, enters a deeper economy in which hunger begins to govern thought as powerfully as fear. This is one of the oldest turning points in the human story. When food becomes uncertain, the ancient survival instinct does not disappear into panic. It reorganizes the whole human world around preservation, rationing, and grim adaptation. Nothing remains untouched by it. Not family bonds, not mobility, not violence, not memory, not the meaning of home. In prosperous periods, danger can be managed with a little distance. There's enough food to avoid certain conflicts, enough time to remain selective, enough bodily reserve to recover from small mistakes. Scarcity strips away that margin. A missed hunt now matters more. A failed gathering day reverberates longer. A familiar patch of edible plants harvested too early or too often becomes a sign of decline, not abundance. A river that once held fish well into a season now exposes mud too quickly. Herds pass farther from camp, fruit ripens thinly, shellfish beds are overworked. The evidence remains incomplete when one tries to reconstruct the emotional texture of these shifts in very ancient settings, because archaeology records outcomes more clearly than anxieties. Yet what survives in settlement patterns, faunal remains, migration pulses, and signs of dietary stress suggest that scarcity is not an occasional inconvenience at the edges of prehistory. It is one of the forces that repeatedly reshapes human life. Hunger is different from many other dangers because it is both immediate and cumulative. A predator encounter is sharp. A drought or resource collapse can unfold slowly enough to deny clarity while still steadily narrowing options. This is one reason scarcity may be especially powerful in shaping the human nervous system. It trains bodies to react not only to direct attack, but to depletion itself. People become alert to diminishing returns, to small signs that a place is beginning to fail. They notice more than what exists. They notice what no longer exists in the quantity expected. Fewer tracks near water, smaller catches, longer distances between useful plants, weaker bodies in camp, children tiring more quickly. These are quiet warnings, but they carry enormous weight. No single explanation fully accounts for the depth of human anxiety around provision, storage, and future uncertainty unless hunger is placed near the center of the story. Scarcity also changes time. In easier conditions, there can be something like a present tense to life. Food found today supports today. Risks are weighed against current strength and immediate need. Under scarcity, the future pushes into every hour. Every bite becomes part of a calculation. Every decision has a shadow trailing behind it. If the group eats this now, what remains tomorrow? If they stay, what is the chance the local resources recover? If they move, what is the cost to the young? The injured, or the old? If they split, who becomes more vulnerable? This is where the survival instinct begins demanding more than reflex and vigilance. It begins pressuring the human mind toward delayed consequence, projection, and hard prioritization. Hunger, in that sense, may be one of the great tutors of foresight, though it teaches through cruelty rather than wisdom. Climate often stands behind these moments like a giant hand moving the board. Rain fails, cold stretches, heat intensifies, vegetation patterns shift, animals follow altered routes, water holes disappear early, a coastline changes productivity. Ancient humans do not experience these changes as global systems with charts and models. They experience them as betrayed expectations. A season comes wrong, then another. Then a landscape once remembered as dependable begins behaving like unfamiliar ground. Scholars still debate how directly particular climate events can be linked to specific social responses, and the record is often regional, patchy, or open to competing interpretation. Still, the broad pattern remains clear. Periods of ecological stress repeatedly force humans into movement, innovation, conflict, and new forms of social arrangement. Scarcity does not just pressure survival, it accelerates change. Migration is one of the most visible responses. When a place ceases to support life well enough, people move if they can. But migration is never a simple act of leaving one area and entering another. It is exposure stretched across distance. It means walking into uncertainty with incomplete information, often carrying children, tools, memory, and fear all at once. The old camp must be abandoned. Familiar terrain gives way to guesswork. New water sources must be found. New hazards must be read. New groups may already occupy the better land ahead. A migration route is not just a line across geography. It is a corridor of vulnerability. Yet, again and again, humans take that risk because staying becomes worse. What survives in the record suggests that some of the greatest expansions in human history are tied, directly or indirectly, to pressures that make movement necessary rather than optional. Scarcity changes social life just as deeply. In good times, generosity is easier. Food sharing can stabilize a group because surplus exists often enough for reciprocity to function without immediate resentment. In bad times, sharing becomes a sharper test. The social fabric may strengthen or fray depending on how burdens are distributed. Some groups may become more cooperative because pooling risk is the best available defense. Others may fracture under accumulated stress, suspicion, or unequal access. The survival instinct does not guarantee one outcome. It guarantees pressure. Under that pressure, every group reveals what kinds of behavior it can sustain. Some of the oldest human virtues and some of the oldest human cruelties may both be rooted here, in conditions where the line between protecting the group and sacrificing part of it becomes unbearably thin. This is where violence often intensifies. Conflict over food, territory, water, and movement corridors is not a later corruption of some originally peaceful human state, nor is it the whole of human nature. It is one recurrent outcome when too many vulnerable bodies depend on too little. A disputed carcass, a contested river bend, a stand of useful plants, a cave, a migratory bottleneck. Any of these can turn into a flashpoint under scarcity. The stranger becomes more threatening not because human beings suddenly become irrational, but because the material stakes grow severe. Familiar moral restraint can contract when the body and the group believe they are being pushed toward the edge. What survives in skeletal trauma, defensive positioning, and later ethnographic parallels suggest that environmental stress often sharpens the possibility of intergroup aggression, even if no simple rule can predict when conflict will erupt and when accommodation will prevail. Hunger also changes the body's relationship to risk. Well-fed organisms can afford caution, undernourished ones often cannot. A person who would once avoid dangerous terrain may cross it to reach a shrinking food source. A group that would once leave a carcass to larger carnivores may challenge for it. Foragers may harvest unfamiliar or marginal foods with greater willingness. Hunters may pursue more dangerous prey. Parents may travel farther from safety. In this way, scarcity produces a strange reversal. The very conditions that weaken the body also force it toward bolder action. This is one of the cruelest patterns in human survival history. Need makes risk rational at exactly the moment strength becomes less available to survive its consequences. Children and elders feel this shift especially sharply. A society under food stress must constantly negotiate whom it can carry and for how long. Who receives scarce nutrition first? Who can keep pace during movement? Whose knowledge outweighs their physical burden? Whose future justifies present sacrifice? These are terrible calculations, and the evidence for how ancient groups handled them is often indirect and incomplete. But no honest account of survival can ignore that scarcity presses hardest on dependency. At the same time, what survives in some prehistoric burials and in signs of care for injured or impaired individuals suggests that humans are also capable of remarkable commitment to one another even when material conditions are harsh. This contradiction matters. Scarcity does not erase humanity. It exposes which parts of humanity can endure pressure and which parts begin to crack. A lesser-known consequence of recurrent scarcity may be psychological inheritance of a different sort. Not inheritance in the narrow sense of a single trait passed cleanly from one generation to the next, but a repeated shaping of expectation. Groups that survive repeated lean seasons may become culturally and emotionally organized around precaution. Store when possible. Move before conditions collapse completely. Distrust abundance that arrives too easily. Watch the sky. Remember the hard year. Teach the children never to waste what will later be desperately needed. These habits can persist long after the original crisis has passed, because memory of deprivation is one of the hardest forms of memory to soften. Even now, people shaped by famine histories, family collapse, or periods of severe instability often carry an intensity around food, waste, and security that feels larger than the present moment. The pattern is ancient. There is another twist in the story. Scarcity does not only destroy, it also forces invention, new tools, new routes, new diets, new social arrangements, new hunting strategies, new storage behaviors. Perhaps even new symbolic practices may emerge because the old pattern no longer works. Innovation is sometimes celebrated as a triumph of human creativity, and often it is. But in prehistory it is frequently born from pressure, not leisure. People experiment because the familiar resource base is failing them. They widen the menu because preference has become a luxury. They travel farther because local certainty has collapsed. In this sense, hunger may be one of the harsh engines behind the enlargement of human capability. It drives adaptation, though at a cost that progress stories tend to conceal. And once scarcity has done its work, the world is not perceived in quite the same way again. A person or group that has lived through depletion learns that abundance is never entirely safe to trust. The camp may be full now, but the memory of emptiness remains near the surface. Water may run this season, but the mind keeps a second account of how quickly it can fail. A valley may feel generous, but a cautious part of attention is already measuring how many bodies depend on it and how long it may last. The ancient survival instinct becomes more than fear of attack. It becomes vigilance toward exhaustion, toward overuse, toward the slow arrival of not enough. That vigilance may save lives, but it also leaves behind a durable tension, a readiness to believe that security can vanish faster than appearances suggest. This is why scarcity stands at the center of so much human transformation. It makes movement necessary, conflict plausible, cooperation urgent, foresight valuable, and memory painful. It strips away illusions and forces the species to confront a fact that never entirely disappears. Survival is not secured once and for all. It must be renegotiated whenever the world withholds what bodies need. Hunger teaches this lesson with unusual severity, around shrinking fires, along longer routes, beside water that no longer lasts. Human beings begin to feel in a deeper way that life depends not only on strength or courage, but on constant adjustment to a world that can empty itself without warning. The instinct that carries them forward grows sharper, harder, and more future-facing. The old alarm remains, but now it is joined by something new and terrible, the knowledge that danger is not always a sudden attack from outside. Sometimes it is the gradual disappearance of what once kept everyone alive. At some point, reacting well is no longer enough. A species can survive immediate danger through speed, grouping, and bodily intelligence, but if it remains trapped inside the present tense, it will always be at the mercy of the next surprise. The deeper human shift begins when warning is no longer confined to the instant of alarm. Danger starts to exist in advance, inside the mind, as something anticipated before it arrives. This is one of the most important revolutions in the ancient survival story. It is the moment when instinct begins stretching forward through memory, planning, and shared expectation. The body still startles, still tightens, still listens for movement in the dark. But now the human animal also begins to ask a quieter question with enormous consequences. What will happen if we do nothing yet? Foresight does not appear fully formed, and it does not arrive as philosophy. It begins in practical tension. A group notices that storms tend to return along certain patterns. It notices that water fails in one area before another. It remembers where animal herds passed in the last lean season. It keeps useful stone instead of discarding it. It brings fuel before darkness rather than after it. It places sleeping bodies with some thought to threat direction. It chooses camp not only for present convenience but for tomorrow's likelihood of safety. These are modest acts in one sense, but together they represent a profound change. Survival is no longer only a contest between body and environment in real time. It becomes a contest between one future and another, with human beings trying to tilt the odds before the crisis fully opens. This is where memory becomes something more than residue. Earlier, memory may live mainly in change behavior, in flinch and caution, and bodily readiness shaped by prior encounters. Now it begins to act more deliberately. A place is avoided because something bad happened there before. A route is preferred because it once held water longer. A season is prepared for because its dangers are remembered collectively. The evidence remains incomplete when one tries to map the exact cognitive depth of these transitions across early human history, because planning leaves indirect traces more often than direct ones. Yet archaeology gives repeated hints: transport of raw materials over distance, repeated site use, caches, complex tools requiring sequence, coordinated hunting, selective use of landscapes, and eventually more elaborate symbolic behavior. What survives in the record suggests not a sudden leap, but a long thickening of time inside the human mind. The future becomes actionable. This may be one reason fear changes character as human beings become more capable. Once the mind can imagine what is coming, danger no longer has to be physically present to exert pressure. Anxiety, in its oldest useful form, is anticipation attached to consequence. It is the uneasy conviction that a present condition may become a worse condition unless something is done. In ancient environments, that response is often adaptive. If clouds form in the wrong season, one prepares. If a fuel supply is running low near dusk, one gathers more before full dark. If tracks appear near camp repeatedly, watch routines shift. If prey grows scarce, travel begins earlier. The body remains the engine of readiness, but foresight gives that readiness direction. No single explanation fully accounts for human restlessness under uncertainty, unless this ability to project forward is placed near the center. Planning also changes the meaning of tools. A simple implement can be used in the moment. A prepared toolkit implies a future in mind. Stone selected, shaped, carried, and maintained is stored in tension. Firewood collected before nightfall is trust in a coming need. Food preserved or held back, however modestly, is a wager against tomorrow's hunger. The survival instinct becomes more abstract without becoming less physical. A person now acts under the influence of imagined danger, not merely visible danger. This is a remarkable development because it allows the species to widen its control over uncertainty, but it also imposes a burden. To imagine the future is to become vulnerable to it emotionally. The animal that plans can also dread. The creature that remembers can also worry. Civilization will later multiply these possibilities to exhausting degrees, but their roots are older and more practical than they first appear. Shared knowledge deepens everything. Once warnings, roots, seasonal patterns, and remembered risks can be communicated with increasing precision. The group becomes more than a cluster of bodies responding together. It becomes a vessel of accumulated foresight. One person may know where water lingers after poor rains. Another may know which valley traps cold dangerously at night. Another may remember where game once crossed during an unusually dry year. Another may know which plant remains edible later into the season than others. Survival now depends not only on personal experience, but on inherited attention. Children do not have to learn every lesson from direct suffering. They can receive preparation second-hand through demonstration, imitation, gesture, and eventually increasingly rich language. This is one of the great human advantages. Knowledge starts to travel faster than disaster. Language, or whatever preceded its fuller emergence, likely becomes decisive here. The exact timeline and form remain debated, and scholars still argue about how much planning can exist before complex speech. But some degree of shared representation is clearly powerful. To warn others about a place, a season, an animal pattern, a rival group, or a hidden danger is to expand survival beyond the solitary limits of perception. A body can only be in one place. A story can carry that body's lesson elsewhere. This is where human time begins lengthening dramatically. The dead may still influence the living without written record. The absent may still shape decision through remembered instruction. Experience can accumulate rather than vanish at each generation's edge. The ancient survival instinct, once rooted mainly in reflex and bodily learning, is now being braided with tradition. Tradition matters because the world does not always repeat itself exactly. A single remembered event may not guide the next one perfectly. Conditions shift, routes fail, new threats emerge, old safe places become dangerous. So foresight cannot be rigid. It has to remain flexible enough to adapt when precedent only half applies. This is another deeply human development. The species learns to reason by analogy under pressure. This drought resembles the other hard year, but not fully. This stranger group behaves somewhat like the last, but not entirely. This animal pattern feels wrong in a familiar way, though the details differ. Such comparative thinking may sound intellectual in a modern sense, but in its origin it is urgently practical. It allows people to act before certainty arrives. In dangerous environments, certainty often comes too late to be useful. There is a lesser-known consequence of foresight that matters greatly. Once people can anticipate future threat, they can also shape group behavior around probabilities rather than emergencies. They can assign watch roles. They can decide when to move before conditions fully collapse. They can teach avoidance instead of waiting for injury. They can position camps with strategic intent. They can carry extra materials for likely need. They can delay gratification in ways that immediate reaction alone would never support. This does not eliminate suffering, but it changes the texture of survival. Life becomes somewhat less improvisational and more structured around preventive effort. In a sense, this is the beginning of all later human systems of risk management, from fortifications to insurance, from calendars to stockpiles. The scale is still small, but the mental posture is already recognizable. And yet foresight carries a cost that is easy to overlook. The more vividly a species can picture danger ahead, the harder it becomes to rest entirely in the present. Readiness begins to extend beyond necessity. A group that survives by imagining possible trouble may sometimes imagine more trouble than arrives. A person shaped by repeated uncertainty may prepare for collapse even in periods of relative stability. The body and mind become, together, unusually good at rehearsing future pain. In ancient settings, this tendency may save lives often enough to justify itself. Better to move early than too late. Better to gather too much fuel than too little. Better to distrust a route once than lose everyone on it once. But the cost remains. Foresight makes human beings safer in many ways while also making them harder to calm. This is why the ancient survival instinct cannot be understood only as a lightning-fast reaction system. It is also a planning system, a memory system, a teaching system. It does not merely protect bodies from what is already happening, it increasingly protects them from what might happen if patterns continue. A drying season is interpreted as a warning. A weak herd becomes a forecast. Tension with outsiders becomes a sign to shift camp or tighten routines. The mind begins building invisible models of the near future, constantly revising them against experience. Modern humans still do this so automatically that they hardly notice it. They overpack for uncertain weather. They choose seats with exits visible. They check routes before leaving. They feel uneasy when supplies run low, when schedules break, when signals become ambiguous. These are highly elaborated descendants of older calculations once tied directly to staying alive in a world with little margin for error. This widening of the future may also change social authority. Individuals who remember well, read signs accurately, and judge timing correctly become especially valuable. Elders may hold importance not only because of age, but because age carries stored pattern. Skilled hunters or foragers may matter not merely for current success, but for their ability to predict movement and scarcity. People who panic badly under uncertainty may endanger others. People who remain observant and adaptive become stabilizing forces. What survives in many traditional societies suggests that survival knowledge is rarely distributed evenly, and that some individuals or roles become central, precisely because they help convert uncertainty into strategy. Even before formal leadership, foresight begins creating influence. Most importantly, foresight allows human beings to survive not just by enduring the world, but by leaning slightly ahead of it. They cannot control climate, predators, rival groups, or death, but they can move earlier, prepare better, remember farther, and teach more effectively. This changes the relationship between fear and action. Fear is no longer only the spark that ignites escape. It becomes a quieter companion to planning, a signal that the future deserves attention before it becomes a crisis. The body still learns first, but now the mind is starting to build scaffolding around what the body has already taught it. That scaffolding is crude by later standards, yet it is enough to alter the species profoundly. By the time this shift is underway, humans are not merely creatures of reaction surviving one danger at a time. They are becoming creatures of expectation, carrying maps of likely trouble through landscapes that never fully settle. They gather, remember, compare, warn, delay, prepare. They teach children not just what hurt them, but what may hurt them later. They bind experience into shared caution. They learn, imperfectly, to live one step ahead of hunger, darkness, weather, rivalry, and loss. And with that, the ancient survival instinct takes on a more recognizable human shape. It is still old, still physical, still rooted in exposed bodies under unstable skies, but now it also reaches beyond the immediate moment into the open space of tomorrow, where danger has not yet arrived and yet is already beginning to change behavior. If the ancient survival instinct is real, it does not survive for us in neat confession. No one from the deep past leaves behind a direct account of how fear feels when the grass shifts at dusk, or what tension runs through a sleeping group during a season when food has begun to fail. The record is quieter than that. It preserves fragments, damage, arrangement, repetition, and absence. Bone breaks, teeth wear down, hearths appear and disappear, tools cluster in certain places, bodies are buried or left where they fall, cut marks interrupt the surface of animal remains, settlement patterns contract, expand, or shift. To understand ancient fear, archaeologists and anthropologists must work like listeners at the edge of a distant room, piecing together emotion from the hard residue of action. The evidence remains incomplete, and scholars still debate where interpretation becomes overreach. Yet even with that caution, bone and stone tell a great deal about what survival once required. A broken limb that heals is one of the first startling clues. On its own, an injury says little beyond danger, but a severe injury that heals enough for survival says something larger. It suggests time, care, tolerance, perhaps protection by others. A badly damaged individual in the ancient world is not guaranteed another week, much less another season, unless someone or some structure of life makes that survival possible. In prehistoric skeletal remains, evidence of healed fractures, tooth loss survived for years, or long-term disability accompanied by continued life does not prove kindness in a sentimental sense, but it does suggest that ancient groups can absorb vulnerability rather than simply abandon it. This matters because it changes the picture of survival from one of isolated bodies under pressure to one of social endurance. Fear exists, injury exists, danger remains constant, yet the human response is not always immediate exclusion. Sometimes it is sustained care, which may itself be one of the most powerful survival strategies ever developed. Trauma tells another side of the story. Some remains preserve signs of blunt force injury, projectile impact, defensive wounds, or repeated stress severe enough to imply violence, dangerous labor, or both. Not every fracture is a battle, and not every wound can be interpreted confidently. A fall from rough terrain, an animal encounter, interpersonal conflict, or post-depositional damage can leave marks that later analysts must separate with care. Still, across many periods and places, what survives in bone suggests a world where bodies are regularly tested by risk. Fractures to forearms may hint at defense. Embedded points may suggest hunting accidents or conflict. Head trauma may speak to interpersonal violence, though scholars remain cautious because motives never fossilize. No single explanation fully accounts for these traces, but together they remind us that ancient survival is not an abstraction. It leaves scars deep enough to reach the skeleton. Teeth are quieter witnesses, but they may be even more revealing. Enamel defects can record episodes of severe physiological stress in childhood, moments when malnutrition, illness, or environmental pressure interrupts ordinary development. Worn teeth speak of diet, labor, and the long friction of survival. Cavities, abscesses, and heavy use tell stories of changing foods and changing demands. In times of scarcity or transition, bodies often record compromise long before written history could ever note it. Teeth do not tell us what fear felt like, but they reveal the pressure conditions within which fear had to operate. A population marked by recurring stress is a population living close enough to the edge that every season matters. Hunger, illness, and uncertainty become visible there, frozen in the mouth long after the voice itself is gone. Tools provide another language of evidence. A simple stone flake can imply immediate need, but a well-made sequence of tools, transported materials, or carefully chosen stone sources suggest planning, skill, and anticipation. Certain toolkits imply repeated encounter with similar challenges. Projectile points imply hunting strategies that manage danger through distance. Scrapers and cutting tools imply food processing, hide working, and the conversion of animal bodies into warmth and shelter. Hafting technologies, adhesive traces, and composite tools suggest not only cleverness, but layered preparation. To shape one material for use with another is to think beyond the moment. It is to expect future need. In this way, archaeology does not merely reveal technological progress. It reveals a mind increasingly organized around risk reduction. Stone becomes fossilized foresight. The places where tools are found matter as much as the tools themselves. A scatter of butchered animal bones near certain implements may suggest coordinated processing. Repeated use of a site across seasons may suggest its value as a reliable node of safety or resource access. Hearths placed in ways that imply social clustering or spatial organization hint at camps where attention is structured, where night is managed rather than simply endured. Caves and rock shelters tell especially complicated stories. They offer preservation, yes, but also interpretive traps, because natural processes can rearrange what human beings once left behind. Still, many such sites reveal repeated human returns, evidence that certain places are remembered not only as useful, but as defensible or strategically valuable. Familiarity itself becomes visible in layers of occupation. What survives in the record suggests that ancient humans are not wandering randomly through danger. They're learning the geography of relative safety. Animal remains often sharpen this picture. Butcher marks indicate access to meat, marrow, and fat, all crucial for survival in difficult conditions. The particular animals present can indicate habitat, seasonality, risk preferences, and shifts in subsistence. Large game may imply cooperation, planning, and danger undertaken for high reward. Smaller animals, shellfish, fish, or plant processing traces may indicate diversification, broad-spectrum adaptation, or response to changing availability. Burned bones can point toward cooking and controlled hearth use. Cut patterns can distinguish human access from carnivore scavenging in some cases, though the details are often contested and require careful interpretation. Scholars still debate the exact balance between hunting, scavenging, and opportunistic foraging in many ancient contexts. But the record repeatedly shows humans interacting with the remains of danger and nourishment at very close range. Survival is written there in incision, fracture, and fire. Settlement patterns widen the lens further. When archaeologists see populations clustering in more defensible positions, shifting routes, changing the intensity of site use, or repeatedly returning to certain landscapes while abandoning others, they begin to infer how risk and resource shaped behavior. A valley heavily used for generations may imply dependable water, manageable exposure, and remembered opportunity. A sudden break in occupation may suggest environmental stress, movement, conflict, or transformed local conditions. None of these explanations can be forced too quickly, because absence in archaeology can mean many things. Yet broad patterns do emerge. Humans track favourable ecologies. They avoid prolonged investment in failing ground when alternatives exist. They create repeated ties to places that lower uncertainty. In this sense, settlement evidence becomes a map of what ancient people found survivable. Burials complicate the story in a different way. A body carefully placed, accompanied by objects, pigment, or patterned treatment, suggests attention that goes beyond disposal. Whether this attention reflects grief, symbolism, status, cosmology, or all of these at once is often debated, and rightly so. But even the act of intentional burial may tell us something about how humans understand vulnerability and danger. A dead body is not just a practical problem. It is a social rupture. The treatment of the dead may reflect concern over contamination, memory, spiritual thinking, emotional attachment, or group identity. The evidence remains incomplete, and interpretations vary widely across time and region. Still, deliberate burial hints at a species no longer dealing with danger purely in immediate biological terms. Death itself has become something to mark, manage, and perhaps narrate. The ancient survival instinct is beginning to live alongside a deeper awareness of loss. There are also clues in the bodies of children, childhood remains, where preserved and interpreted with care, can show stress episodes, nutritional hardship, mortality patterns, and sometimes the harsh selectivity of ancient conditions. A high frequency of infant and juvenile mortality is not surprising in dangerous environments, but each pattern matters. It tells us how precarious life often is before adulthood, and how much reproductive success depends on surviving the long corridor of dependency. At the same time, the presence of children in certain sites, the care implied by burial, and the demographic structure of populations all remind us that ancient survival is not only about avoiding immediate death, it is about carrying the next generation through repeated threat. This is one reason the record feels so emotionally charged even when it is mute. Every child's tooth defect, every small skeleton, every sign of care or deprivation points back toward the central truth that the human future has always been physically fragile. A lesser known but revealing source of evidence lies in ordinary repetition, where patterns on tools, recut hearths, reused paths, consistent butchery methods, reoccupied camps, standardized responses to familiar environments. These are not dramatic finds, yet they may be among the strongest signs that ancient humans are building systems against uncertainty. Repetition suggests successful routine. Successful routine suggests that fear has been translated into habit. The group no longer improvises from nothing each time danger approaches. It has learned where to stand, what to carry, how to process, when to leave, how to sleep, where to watch, whom to keep near the center. Habit is often invisible in grand narratives of prehistory, but habit may be one of fear's most enduring achievements. It is what remains when alarm has been practiced into structure. Of course, the record also resists us. Whole emotional worlds vanish without trace. Most acts of caution leave nothing behind. Most moments of dread pass through soft tissue and disappear. A night of listening at the edge of firelight, a parent adjusting a sleeping child farther from the entrance. A watchful pause before crossing open ground. None of this becomes easy evidence. Archaeology is biased toward what preserves, and what preserves is often the exceptional, the durable, or the catastrophic. That is why humility matters. Scholars still debate how far one can speak of fear, anxiety, or social trust in prehistoric contexts without imposing modern categories too aggressively. The caution is necessary, yet complete silence would be misleading too. Bone and stone may not preserve feeling directly, but they preserve the consequences of feeling organized into behavior. And those consequences are everywhere. They are in the healed fracture that implies someone was worth waiting for. They are in the projectile point that suggests danger met at distance. They are in the repeated camp beside a defensible rise. They are in the enamel scar of childhood deprivation. They are in the butchered carcass hauled into a zone of relative safety. They are in the arrangement of bodies around ancient hearths. They are in the movement of populations following climates that no longer support the old pattern of life. Piece by piece, The record reveals a species under pressure, learning to absorb threat not only through instinctive reaction, but through social care, technology, memory, and placemaking. So when we look for the ancient survival instinct, we do not find it as a single artifact or one decisive skeleton. We find it distributed through traces of danger answered successfully enough to leave descendants. It appears as injury survived, risk managed, environments read, routines repeated, and losses carried. The hard materials of prehistory do not speak plainly, but they speak consistently. They show that human beings live for a very long time in conditions where fear, caution, adaptation, and cooperation are not peripheral features of life. They are the central grammar by which life continues at all. Beneath every chipped stone and every marked bone lies the same austere message someone noticed enough, learned enough, or was helped enough to remain alive. And the species is still listening to the echo of that success. What was once adaptive in tall grass, in unstable seasons, beside uncertain water, does not vanish when the setting changes. It follows the species forward. This is why the modern human body can be standing in a lit kitchen, seated in an office tower, or lying in a locked room and still react as though something older and more immediate is closing in. The ancient survival instinct never truly left because, in biological terms, there was never a reason for it to leave. Civilization changes the scenery faster than evolution changes the nervous system. The result is a familiar contradiction, a body built for exposure now living inside systems of relative protection, yet continuing to interpret ambiguity, disruption, and uncertainty through mechanisms forged in landscapes where getting it wrong often meant not living long enough to correct the mistake. The survival systems of the body are conservative for a reason. They are not designed to be elegant. They are designed to err on the side of continued existence. A false alarm wastes energy. A missed alarm can end a lineage. That is the brutal logic underneath the modern pulse spike at a slammed door, the jolt at an unexpected movement in peripheral vision, the unease in an unfamiliar silence, the irrational certainty that something is wrong when ordinary patterns suddenly break. To the reflective mind, these responses may feel excessive. To the older architecture beneath the mind, they are entirely understandable. The body does not ask first whether the danger is socially embarrassing, statistically unlikely, or manageable by tomorrow. It asks whether the signal resembles patterns that once predicted harm. If the answer is even partially yes, readiness begins. This is one reason the gap between physical safety and felt safety can be so wide. Modern environments often protect people from many of the hazards that shaped earlier human life. Large predators no longer pace most sleeping places. Weather can be forecast. Food can be purchased instead of hunted. Walls, locks, medicine, and infrastructure shield the body in ways prehistory could never imagine. And yet the nervous system does not simply relax in proportion to those protections. Scholars still debate the exact balance between evolved predisposition, individual learning, and social conditioning in modern stress responses. But the evidence from psychology, neuroscience, and behavioral studies strongly suggests continuity. Human beings remain exquisitely sensitive to uncertainty, unpredictability, loss of control, social threat, and signs of environmental disorder because those categories overlap deeply with ancient survival pressures. The form has changed. The circuitry remains recognizable. The modern city, for all its novelty, is full of cues that ancient systems know how to misread or reinterpret. Crowds create compressed uncertainty, noise masks useful signals, Confined spaces reduce escape options. Darkness remains darkness even when it falls between buildings rather than trees. A power outage transforms a familiar environment with shocking speed because it strips away exactly the artificial layer that normally tells the body everything is under control. Elevators stall. Hallways go dim. Refrigeration stops. Communication becomes patchy. The same apartment that felt secure an hour earlier can suddenly feel provisional. This is not because modern people are fragile in some trivial sense. It is because the body is still tuned to detect when the systems holding back exposure have started to fail. A failed grid is not a predator, but to the deeper survival machinery it belongs to the same general category. Conditions have become less predictable, and the margin for error may be shrinking. Food remains one of the clearest examples. Many people live far from literal famine, yet the sight of empty shelves can trigger a response out of proportion to the immediate facts. Supplies may be on the way, shortages may be temporary. Rationally, there may be no serious threat at all. But the visual cue of depletion lands hard because the body and the older mind do not treat vanished provision as neutral information. They treat it as a signal with ancestral weight, scarcity. Even brief and symbolic scarcity activates something deep. The same is true of water, a notice that taps may stop running, a rumour of contamination, a failure in pumping systems. Any of these can produce unease far beyond the literal inconvenience involved. Ancient humans are shaped repeatedly by the fragility of access. Modern bodies still react to that fragility, even when most days conceal it. Social threat may be even more persistent. In the ancient world, exclusion from the group is rarely a minor emotional setback. It can mean loss of protection, food sharing, information, and reproductive possibility. The social brain that evolves under those conditions becomes intensely attentive to status, approval, rejection, and signals of hostility. No single explanation fully accounts for the modern pain of embarrassment, shame, isolation, or public humiliation unless this older background is considered. A critical email, a withdrawn expression, a group suddenly going silent, an exclusion from a meeting. These are not physically lethal events in themselves, yet the body can react with racing pulse, tightened muscles, sleepless replay, and defensive agitation because social danger once had consequences far more immediate than wounded pride. Much of modern stress is ancient threat detection, encountering symbolic forms it cannot entirely distinguish from older ones. This continuity helps explain why anxiety can persist even where obvious danger is low. The body's not only scanning for lions, cliffs, rival bands, or famine. It is scanning for uncertainty structured like those things, unclear intentions, broken routines, resource instability, strange noises at night, crowds moving in unusual ways, loss of situational awareness, sudden confinement, social rejection. The ancient survival instinct operates by pattern family, not by modern categories. It does not know that an unread message is not a stalking predator, only that unresolved uncertainty now occupies attention in a manner similar to unresolved uncertainty then. It does not know that a performance review is not exile from the band, only that status, judgment, and belonging are being evaluated in ways that matter. This does not make modern stress imaginary. It makes it historically deep. Technology complicates the picture further. On one hand, technology extends control in extraordinary ways. On the other, it creates new channels through which ancient alarm can remain constantly stimulated. Alerts arrive at all hours. News from distant disasters enters intimate space immediately. Social approval and disapproval become measurable, visible, and continuous. Ambiguity no longer waits at the edge of camp. It arrives glowing in the hand, the body. Never built to metabolize endless low-level signals of possible trouble, continues treating many of them as meaningful because uncertainty itself remains evolutionarily important. This may be one reason modern people can feel surrounded by risk, even in comparatively protected settings. The ancient machinery is not failing. It is being fed too many cues without the closure that older environments often forced more quickly. There is also the matter of control. Ancient life is dangerous partly because control is limited. Weather shifts, animals move, injury happens, rival groups appear. Modern institutions promise more control, and often deliver it. Yet when control slips unexpectedly, the reaction can be intense because the contrast is so sharp. A delayed train is one thing, a closed airport during unfolding uncertainty is another. A stalled vehicle in daylight is one thing. A stalled vehicle in an isolated place at night is another. An unanswered call is one thing. A total communication failure is another. In each case, what magnifies the response is not merely inconvenience. It is the reappearance of exposed uncertainty, the old human condition returning through the cracks of the modern one. The body recognizes that condition faster than language does. This is why disaster scenes can feel so instantly ancient. Earthquakes, floods, fires, blackouts, epidemics, and sudden breakdowns in public order often produce behaviors that seem primitive only from the comfortable distance of hindsight. People cluster with familiar others. They hoard essentials. They seek vantage points. They distrust rumor and yet spread it. They protect children first. They look for exits, water, fuel, food, and authoritative guidance. They become highly sensitive to who is calm, who seems informed, who can be followed. Under enough pressure, the old social and bodily priorities return with startling speed because they were never removed, only layered over. Civilization is not false, but it is thinner than it likes to imagine. When systems crack, older arrangements of attention and behavior rise close to the surface. At the same time, it would be too simple to say that modern anxiety is merely a prehistoric relic misplaced in safer times. That explanation is tempting, but incomplete. Many modern threats are real, even if they do not take ancient form. Chronic instability, economic collapse, war, coercion, domestic violence, structural precarity, environmental degradation, and digital exposure can all place genuine stress on bodies and communities. The ancient survival instinct remains relevant not because the world is secretly still prehistoric, but because uncertainty, dependency, and vulnerability never disappeared. They merely changed costume. The nervous system continues doing what it was built to do in a world that still, in many ways, contains not enough certainty to justify complete calm. What has changed most is scale and mismatch. The body evolved for intense, intermittent challenges with concrete edges. Escape this, endure that, move now, stay still, protect the child, avoid the group beyond the ridge, follow the herd, leave before the water fails. Modern life often offers diffuse, prolonged, abstract forms of threat that never fully resolve. Bills recur, notifications recur, deadlines recur, public comparison recurs, news cycles recur. Low-level instability becomes chronic rather than episodic. This may be especially hard on ancient systems that are better suited to mobilization and resolution than to endless suspended concern. Scholars still debate how much of modern stress pathology can be framed in mismatched terms, and the evidence is necessarily complex. But what survives across disciplines suggests a persuasive theme. Bodies designed to survive acute exposure now spend long periods activated by symbolic exposure that never entirely ends. Even so, this persistence is not only a burden. This same ancient responsiveness that fuels overreaction can also preserve life. It is why people notice when a room changes, when a person's behavior becomes unsafe, when a street feels wrong, when a weather pattern deserves respect, when a machine sounds different than it should, when a child has gone too quiet, when a crowd begins moving in the wrong direction. The instinct does not only create fear, it creates detection. It allows rapid recognition of emerging danger before conscious analysis finishes assembling its case. Many lives are saved, even now, by old systems acting quickly beneath the threshold of explanation. So panic never truly left because the conditions that built panic-prone readiness never truly disappeared, nor did the benefits of that readiness. What changed is the relationship between these instincts and the worlds they inhabit. The body still behaves as though patterns matter because patterns do matter. It still treats uncertainty seriously because uncertainty has never stopped carrying cost. It still responds faster than the reflective mind would sometimes prefer because slowness was too often lethal in the long past that shaped it. The ancient survival instinct remains active not as a mistake, but as an inheritance carried into environments that alternately protect, confuse, and provoke it. That inheritance is why a modern human can feel, in one unguarded moment, the full return of something immeasurably old. The chest tightens, the room narrows, attention locks. A sound or silence takes on too much meaning too quickly. And somewhere beneath all the newer layers of explanation, the body is saying what it has always said. Conditions may be changing, safety may be thinning. Respond before certainty arrives. The old world is gone in outward form, but its logic still pulses through modern blood. We are not haunted by ancient fear from a distance. We are carrying it, still active, inside the ordinary machinery of being alive. Civilization likes to present itself as a final answer to fear. It builds walls, stores grain, names officials, lights streets, raises armies, codifies punishments, maps roads, and records debts, all in part to create a world in which uncertainty can be managed rather than endured raw. In one sense, this is exactly what civilization is for. It is a vast collective attempt to reduce exposure. It brings water closer, danger farther away, food under roofs, law between enemies, routine between seasons, and memory into written form so that survival does not depend only on the body and the spoken warning. Yet beneath all that structure lies an uncomfortable truth. Civilization is not the removal of the ancient condition. It is a shelter built against it, and like all shelters, it works only as long as it holds. The earlier settlements do not arise in worlds emptied of danger. They arise because danger has become too complex to manage through movement alone. Agriculture promises stability, but only by creating new vulnerabilities. Once fields are planted, people become easier to find. Once grain is stored, it can be stolen, burned, taxed, or spoiled. Once herds are enclosed, disease can move more easily through both animals and humans. Once people remain in one place, waste accumulates. Pathogens intensify, and conflict over land becomes harder to escape. A mobile band can leave a bad season behind more easily than a city can. A village surrounded by its own investment is more productive in good times and more fragile in bad ones. No single explanation fully accounts for the rise of settled life, but whatever the reasons in different regions, one outcome is clear. Civilization reduces many ancient threats while concentrating others. This concentration changes the emotional architecture of survival. In a mobile world, danger often comes from landscape, predator, scarcity, or rival contact encountered at intervals across space. In a settled world, danger also becomes infrastructural. The wall must hold, the granary must remain dry, the irrigation channels must function, the ruler must not overreach too far, the tax burden must not break the people who produce the food, the roads must remain open enough for trade or support. Once daily survival depends on systems, the failure of systems acquires the same emotional weight that a predator or drought once carried more directly. The ancient instinct does not disappear under these new conditions. It simply learns to read a different set of warning signs: late deliveries, empty storage, blocked gates, smoke on the horizon, rumours in the market, soldiers where there were none yesterday, unrest moving through the crowd like a change in wind through grass. This is one reason urban life can feel secure and precarious at the same time. A city is one of humanity's greatest protective inventions. It gathers labour, defence, storage, craft knowledge, administration, and mutual dependence into dense systems capable of buffering countless shocks. But the very density that creates resilience also creates cascading failure when key supports weaken. A broken aqueduct is not just a technical problem. A failed harvest is not just a poor season. A shut gate is not just an inconvenience. In tightly organized societies, disruptions spread fast because many bodies depend on the same channels. The old survival instinct, shaped in smaller groups and more visible ecologies, now operates inside larger abstractions. Yet it still responds to breakdown in recognizably ancient ways. People hoard, they flee, they cluster with kin, they watch authority closely, they become intensely sensitive to scarcity, disorder, and the reliability of familiar structures. The archaeological record of early states and ancient cities is full of this tension. Monumental architecture suggests confidence, permanence, and control. Walls, temples, palaces, granaries, and road networks announce that humans have imposed order on the landscape at extraordinary scale. Yet the same record repeatedly shows fire destruction layers, abandoned districts, defensive hurriedness, signs of nutritional stress, emergency storage behavior, hurried burials, fortification expansion, and episodes where the ordinary machinery of settled life begins to fail. Scholars still debate the exact causes of many collapses, and the evidence remains incomplete because complex societies rarely break for only one reason: climate stress, invasion, internal rebellion, disease, trade disruption, ecological exhaustion, and political mismanagement can all overlap. But the emotional truth is easy to imagine. When civilization weakens, it does not reveal a new fear. It reveals the old fear returning through a larger and more fragile shell. This is why laws matter so much in ancient societies, and why their failure matters even more. Law is not merely morality written down. In practical terms, it is one of civilization's ways of reducing uncertainty between humans. It tells people, imperfectly, what others may do, what counts as violation, and how force will be organized rather than left entirely to private retaliation. In a stable system, this lowers the burden on individual vigilance. One does not need to defend every field, every path, every grievance personally if a larger order exists to regulate conflict. But when that order becomes corrupt, inconsistent, or absent, the old calculations reappear quickly. Trust narrows to family, neighborhood, tribe, patron, faction. Reputation matters more. Collective life becomes more brittle. The body once again leans toward caution because the social environment has become less legible. Civilization depends not just on structures, but on predictability. Once predictability cracks, ancient instincts reawaken almost immediately. Food storage is another revealing example. Granaries and storehouses seem like triumphs over scarcity, and often they are. They smooth seasonal fluctuation, support population growth, and reduce dependence on direct daily foraging. Yet they also create fixed targets. Stored food attracts raiders, pests, mold, corruption, and the power of those who can control access to it. In mobile societies, hunger is a direct ecological pressure. In settled societies, hunger can become administrative, political, or military. A bad harvest may be survivable if reserves are distributed fairly. It may become catastrophic if elites seize too much, if transport fails, or if warfare blocks access. The ancient survival instinct still responds to emptying food supplies with familiar alarm, but now that alarm is directed not only at weather or ecology, but at institutions. A starving city is an ancient band's worst fear translated into masonry. There is a lesser-known irony at the heart of this transition. The more civilization protects people from routine danger, the more shocking danger feels when it returns. A hunter-gatherer band expects uncertainty as part of daily life. A city accustomed to order begins to treat order as normal background, and therefore experiences disruption as especially destabilizing. This does not make settled people weaker. It makes their reliance on systems deeper. A blackout in a highly organized urban environment can produce more immediate disorientation than a nightfall in an open landscape, because daily competence has been distributed across infrastructure. Fire, water, light, sanitation, communication, and movement are handled by systems rather than individuals. When those systems fail, the old body suddenly finds itself exposed in a world it no longer knows how to read directly. The instinct returns not because civilization was false, but because it was partial. Ancient empires show this pattern repeatedly. At their height, they project immense confidence. Roads reach outward, armies patrol borders, grain moves inland, writing stabilizes taxation and command. Monumental projects rise above floodplains and deserts as if time itself has become manageable. But beneath that confidence, every empire remains dependent on harvests, trust networks, labor discipline, transport routes, and environmental conditions it cannot fully control. A few bad seasons, a river behaving differently, a succession crisis, a trade rupture, an epidemic, or the miscalculation of a ruler can begin unravelling what looked permanent. What survives in texts and ruins alike suggests that when complex orders falter, human behaviour often compresses rapidly toward older priorities. Protect the household, secure provisions, watch the roads, distrust rumour but listen to it anyway. Decide who is still inside the circle of obligation and who is now beyond it. This is not only ancient history. The pattern remains visible whenever modern institutions strain. In wartime blackouts, after earthquakes, during floods, in failed states, during supply chain breaks, in neighbourhoods where policing or utilities vanish. The deeper structure of human response becomes easier to see. People do not stop being modern, they simply become aware, all at once, that modernity is a condition maintained by ongoing coordination, rather than a natural state of the world. Water comes because systems work. Food appears because roots hold. Streets remain calm because norms and enforcement align. Medicine functions because supply and expertise remain intact. When any of those systems falter, even briefly, the body recognizes something the mind would rather ignore. This order is built, not guaranteed, and what is built can fail. Yet civilization also gives the ancient instinct new tools with which to restrain itself. Records allow warnings to outlast witnesses. Architecture can channel danger, block floodwater, secure stores, and narrow access points. Organized defense can replace scattered panic with coordinated response. Ritual and custom can steady behavior under uncertainty. Public authority, when trusted, can lower the need for every individual to scan every threat alone. These achievements are real and profound. They matter because they reduce the total burden placed on the nervous system. A person living under stable institutions can spend more of life on craft, thought, ritual, family, and imagination because fewer hours must be devoted to pure vigilance. Civilization is thin shelter. Yes, but thin shelter is still shelter. It changes history precisely because even imperfect protection allows human possibility to widen. The trouble is that widening possibility also widens what can be lost. A person in a simple camp may lose a night's safety. A person in a complex society may lose systems on which thousands depend. This scale of fear changes accordingly. Once people become attached to walls, laws, schedules, markets, archives, and accumulated wealth, their collapse feels like more than immediate physical danger. It feels like the loss of a world. This is one reason civilizational collapse is so haunting in the historical imagination. It does not merely kill, it strips away layers of organized reassurance and reveals how much of human calm had been outsourced into structures that no longer function. Beneath the silence of abandoned streets lies the same old truth found beside prehistoric fires. Safety was being maintained here, and then it was not. So civilization is best understood not as the opposite of the ancient survival instinct, but as one of its grandest expressions. It is the survival instinct externalized into stone, grain, law, drainage, accounting, architecture, patrol routes, and public memory. It is what happens when a species repeatedly exposed to uncertainty tries to build a world in which uncertainty becomes more manageable. But because the builders remain human, the deeper machinery never disappears. When order holds, it hums quietly beneath daily life. When order stutters, it surges upward fast. The same species that once clustered around fire now clusters around generators, reservoirs, pharmacies, supply depots, and news. The objects have changed. The emotional geometry has not. That is why civilization always feels more solid than it really is. Its surfaces are convincing. Roads imply continuity. Towers imply permanence. Institutions imply endurance. Yet the human body is often wiser than the human imagination here. It does not entirely trust the surface. It remains alert to interruptions, shortages, strange silences, altered routines, and the subtle signs that the shelter may be thinning. This is not cynicism. It is inheritance. The old instinct understands that every order is provisional, every system vulnerable, every wall dependent on maintenance, every piece dependent on conditions that may not last forever. Civilization shelters us magnificently, but it never lifts us completely out of the ancient bargain. We are still creatures surviving inside structures we must keep repairing. always one failure away from feeling how near the older world still stands. When order breaks suddenly, history sheds its polish with astonishing speed. The language changes first. Complex problems become simple necessities: water, food, heat, shelter, exit, news, family, safety. In moments of disaster, people do not become less human. They become recognizably old human. The priorities that once governed life under open skies and unstable seasons rise quickly through the surface of habit, and the modern world, for all its sophistication, begins to reveal how much of it depends on conditions staying ordinary. A city after an earthquake, a coastline after a storm surge, a town under bombardment, a district cut off by flood, a region emptied by fire. All of them expose the same underlying fact: the ancient survival instinct is never more visible than when systems fail faster than explanation can keep up. War is one of the clearest examples because it destroys predictability at the scale on which civilization depends. Roads that meant connection become targets. Lights that meant safety invite attack. Buildings that meant shelter become traps. Food supply becomes strategic leverage. Water systems become vulnerable infrastructure. Rumor becomes nearly as consequential as fact, because people must act before certainty arrives. Under such conditions, the body and the group return rapidly to ancient calculations. Where is cover? Who is with me? What can be carried? Which route is still open? Which sound matters? Which authority can be trusted? The evidence from historical wars across eras is overwhelming in this respect, even if the details differ by technology and geography. Whether in a Bronze Age siege, a medieval sack, a 20th century bombardment, or a modern urban battlefield, human beings under extreme threat compress toward the same primary logic: reduce exposure, preserve the inner circle, secure essentials, remain alert to shifting danger. This does not mean that war simply reveals some pure prehistoric core untouched by culture. Culture matters enormously. Training matters, discipline matters, institutions, mutual aid, command structures, religious belief, and social trust all shape how people respond under pressure. Still, no single explanation fully accounts for human behavior in war unless the older survival architecture is included. Civilians cluster with kin because kinship remains one of the deepest trust structures available. Soldiers under fire narrow attention because narrowed attention is adaptive when seconds matter. Populations hoard provisions because scarcity has always punished delay. Refugees move toward rumors of safety because in unstable landscapes partial information is better than none. The form is modern, the machinery ancient. Siege may be the most concentrated civilizational version of prehistoric fear. A besieged city is, in essence, a campfire ring surrounded by darkness at enormous scale. Inside are finite stores, known faces, shrinking margins, and constant calculation. Outside are uncertain intentions, force, waiting, and the knowledge that time itself may now favor the enemy. Ancient sieges, medieval sieges, and modern blockades all produce a familiar emotional pattern. First comes resolve, then rationing, then watchfulness so prolonged it becomes a physical burden. Hunger sharpens judgment and distorts it. Suspicion turns inward. Trust becomes more valuable and more fragile. Small disruptions begin to feel enormous because they are enormous. A breached wall, a contaminated well, a food store lost to fire. Any of these can collapse morale not merely because of immediate material damage, but because they puncture the sense that the protective shell still holds. The old instinct understands shells. It knows what happens when they break. Natural disaster produces a different variation on the same theme. The enemy is not another group, but the environment itself, suddenly moving at a scale human beings cannot negotiate with. Floods erase boundaries, wildfires outrun roads, earthquakes turn solid ground into betrayal. Volcanic eruptions bury fields and darken air. Storms remove roofs, power, transport, and orientation all at once. In such moments, sophisticated societies can look startlingly fragile because their complexity depends on stable surroundings. When the surroundings lurch violently out of pattern, the body responds with familiar urgency. Seek high ground, find clean water, gather children, leave heavy belongings, avoid unstable structures, move before dark if possible. Follow those who seem to know the terrain. Watch the sky, the smoke, the current, the crowd. These are not learned only from official training manuals. They fit older human templates of responding to sudden environmental rupture. There is a lesser-known but important detail in disaster behavior. People often do not panic in the wild, chaotic way popular imagination expects. More often they become intensely practical, highly focused, and strangely calm for short periods. This too may have deep roots. In immediate crisis, useful ancient responses are not theatrical terror but narrowed efficiency. Carry, climb, lift, run, signal, hide, wait, protect. The image of irrational mass panic is often exaggerated. What frequently appears instead is a rapid sorting of attention toward what matters most. Scholars still debate how much of this can be framed evolutionarily versus socially, because emergency behavior is shaped by culture, prior experience, leadership, and infrastructure. But what survives across many disasters suggests that humans often function remarkably well in the first sharp phase, precisely because old systems are built to mobilize quickly when ambiguity becomes urgent. The greater damage may come afterward, when immediate action gives way to prolonged instability. Once the first escape is over, ancient problems return in sequence. Is there enough water? Is there shelter for the coming night? Who is missing? Who is injured? How long will supplies last? Can strangers be trusted? Is this place still safe or only temporarily less dangerous than the last one? In this middle zone after disaster, the modern and ancient worlds overlap most clearly. Relief systems may exist, official help may be coming, communication may resume, but the body does not know any of that fully yet. It responds to what it sees: damaged structures, interrupted provision, exhausted faces, altered routines, uncertain authority. The old vigilance settles in. Sleep becomes light, noise becomes charged, plans become provisional. The mind starts rehearsing further loss because experience has just proved that loss can arrive quickly. Epidemics reveal another dimension of the survival instinct, one tied less to visible attack than to invisible contamination. Disease is ancient, and humans have lived with it across all phases of their history, but the social effects of epidemic are especially revealing. When illness spreads unpredictably, ordinary contact becomes uncertain. The familiar body of another person can become a source of danger. Crowds, touch, shared air, shared water, and shared objects acquire new emotional weight. Avoidance behaviors intensify. Social trust is strained. Rumor multiplies because invisible threat invites explanation. Communities create boundaries, rituals, exclusions, and protective habits not unlike those seen in many other forms of survival stress. Modern epidemiology explains transmission more precisely, but the bodily and social response to contagious threat remains deeply old. Human beings are quick to reorganize behavior when the ordinary pathways of daily life begin to feel contaminated. War and disaster also reveal how thin the line is between cooperation and conflict. Under pressure, some communities become astonishingly generous. Food is shared, strangers are sheltered, people risk themselves for neighbours. Informal networks appear faster than official ones. At the same time, theft, hoarding, scapegoating, predation, and violent opportunism may also emerge. This duality is not a contradiction in human nature so much as a recurring feature of high-stress survival conditions. The same ancient wiring that intensifies loyalty can intensify exclusion. The same urgency that makes people rescue one another can make them guard resources harshly. What survives in historical accounts again and again is not a single universal pattern, but a branching one. Pressure reveals both capacities because both are part of the species' long adaptation to danger. Children once more stand near the center of the story, in war zones, famines, evacuations, and disasters. Adult behavior changes immediately around them. Routes are chosen differently. Risks are recalculated. Bodies become shields. Priorities reorder. This is not merely cultural sentiment. It is a survival pattern with immense age. The future of the group is physically present in dependent young, and under threat the protection of that future often becomes the organizing principle of action. Historical records from sieges, migrations, and modern crises alike are filled with the same stark image repeated endlessly in new settings. Adults carrying children through danger while abandoning almost everything else. The details change. The gesture does not. There is also the question of leadership, which becomes especially visible in crisis. Under ordinary conditions, authority may feel abstract, bureaucratic, or distant. Under threat, people become acutely sensitive to who appears informed, decisive, and trustworthy. This may be one of the oldest social adaptations of all. In moments where hesitation can multiply danger, groups often orient toward figures who reduce uncertainty through action or instruction. But crisis also exposes false authority quickly. A leader who appears calm without competence can become disastrous. A leader who communicates clearly, shares resources fairly, and recognizes threat accurately can stabilize entire communities. The ancient survival instinct is not blindly obedient. It is searching, at speed, for signals of reliable coordination. Modern emergences therefore reveal something fundamental about human continuity. Beneath the vast differences in technology, media, architecture, and political organization, the same deep responses keep reappearing. People seek shelter and elevation. They gather essentials. They protect children. They sought allies from strangers. They watch access points. They conserve energy. They move when staying becomes worse. They endure uncertainty by narrowing attention to what can still be done. These behaviors do not belong only to the distant past. They belong to the still living grammar of human survival, written so deep that it can surface almost intact even in environments filled with satellites, sirens, and reinforced concrete. At the same time, modern crises teach an unsettling lesson about memory. Many societies believe themselves distanced from primitive vulnerability right up until a major disruption proves otherwise. A few days without power, a few weeks of interruption to food supply, a few hours of flooding in the wrong district, a short burst of violence in a familiar place, and the old awareness floods back, not because progress was unreal, but because progress was contingent. The body understands contingency instinctively. It does not need a theory of collapse to know that order is conditional. It knows from older histories embedded in blood and behavior that every shelter depends on maintenance, and that the world outside maintained order is still capable of turning harsh very quickly. So the instinct in war and disaster is not merely a relic exposed under extreme conditions. It is an active human inheritance doing exactly what it was shaped to do. It compresses attention towards survival, redistributes trust, prioritizes the vulnerable, and forces rapid adaptation when familiar structures no longer function. In peacetime and stability, these responses may remain mostly latent, stirred only by smaller alarms and daily ambiguities. But when disaster arrives in force, the deeper system steps forward without hesitation. And in that moment, even surrounded by modern machinery, human beings find themselves standing much closer to their ancient ancestors than they usually imagine, once again measuring safety by light, water, closeness, root, shelter, and the uncertain space just beyond the edge of what can still be controlled. By this point, the ancient survival instinct can feel so persistent, so immediate, and so strangely resistant to comfort that it invites a tempting conclusion. Perhaps everything is inherited. Perhaps the human animal is simply born carrying a fixed package of fear, caution, loyalty, and suspicion that civilization can decorate but never truly alter. It is an appealing idea because it offers clarity. It explains why panic rises so quickly, why crowds can turn wary in an instant, why children seem to startle before they can speak, why unfamiliar faces or uncertain settings sometimes provoke unease without obvious reason. Yet the full story is less tidy than that. Human beings are not built from instinct alone, and they are not shaped by culture alone either. The deeper truth lies in the unstable border between the two, where biology provides readiness and experience tells readiness what, where, and when to fear. This debate has shadowed modern attempts to understand human nature for generations. On one side stands the argument that many survival responses are deeply rooted products of evolution, selected over immense spans because they improve the odds of staying alive long enough to reproduce. On the other stands the argument that human behavior is so plastic, so dependent on learning, environment, power, and social conditioning, that appeals to ancient inheritance often explain too much too easily. Both positions capture part of the truth, and both become misleading when taken too far. No single explanation fully accounts for human fear and defensive behavior, because the species survives precisely by combining built-in preparedness with extraordinary adaptability. The ancient instinct is real, but it does not arrive with a complete map. It arrives with a set of tendencies waiting to be tuned. Some tendencies do appear very early and very widely. Sudden loud noise provokes startle. Loss of support or unstable footing produces alarm. Abrupt separation from caregivers creates distress. Darkness, isolation, looming movement, rapid approach, and the uncertain intentions of others often carry emotional charge even before explicit teaching becomes elaborate. Comparative studies across cultures, along with developmental evidence, suggest that human beings may be especially ready to learn certain fears quickly because those fears align with recurrent ancestral dangers: heights, snakes, aggressive faces, contamination cues, social exclusion. These do not affect every person equally, yet they seem to fit older templates with unusual ease. Scholars still debate how strong and how specific these prepared tendencies are, and the evidence remains incomplete because laboratory settings can only approximate the conditions under which such responses originally evolved. Still, what survives across disciplines strongly suggests that the human nervous system is not neutral at birth. It comes prepared to notice some classes of risk faster than others. Preparedness, however, is not destiny. A child may be ready to learn caution around strangers, but culture decides who counts as strange. A person may be sensitive to hierarchy and exclusion, but social institutions teach how status is marked and what forms rejection takes. A group may possess a general predisposition toward in-group loyalty under pressure, but the size and meaning of the in-group can vary enormously. It can be a family, a clan, a village, a kingdom, a religion, a nation, a profession, a political movement, or in some circumstances humanity itself. This flexibility matters because it shows that ancient survival architecture is more like a set of channels than a finished script. Culture pours content into those channels. Experience deepens some, blocks others, redirects still more. The body may tense first, but it learns very quickly what kinds of people, places, sounds, and symbols deserve that tension in a given world. Fear itself is one of the clearest examples. Some fears are acquired with astonishing speed after only one bad encounter, while others never take hold strongly despite repeated warnings. A person bitten once by a dog may remain wary of dogs for years. Another raised among animals may read canine behavior with ease and feel little alarm. One society may teach children that the forest is spiritually charged and physically dangerous after dark. Another may teach the forest as home and the city as threat. One generation may grow up under famine and treat waste as nearly immoral. Another, raised in abundance, may struggle to imagine empty shelves as anything but inconvenience. The ancient survival instinct is the capacity for such learning under pressure. Culture and experience decide the specific shape of what is learned. This is why inherited fear cannot be discussed honestly without also discussing memory. Not merely genetic inheritance in the narrow sense, but family memory, communal memory, historical memory. Human beings are unusual in how much danger they can inherit through story, routine, an emotional atmosphere rather than direct exposure. A child can be taught to distrust outsiders, to conserve food obsessively, to avoid certain routes, to react strongly to authority, to read silence as warning, all without knowing the original events that shaped those responses in previous generations. What survives in the social record suggests that many survival behaviors persist culturally, long after the initial material pressures have shifted. Traditions around hospitality, vigilance, modesty, stockpiling, concealment, kin loyalty, and territoriality often carry the residue of older ecological or political conditions. The body may contain ancient readiness, but culture is what gives that readiness a narrative home. At the same time, culture can also do something just as important in the opposite direction. It can restrain, soften, reinterpret, and widen old instincts. Legal systems can reduce the need for personal vengeance. Trade networks can teach that strangers are opportunities rather than automatic threats. Religious traditions can enlarge circles of sympathy beyond kin. Education can make uncertainty more tolerable and difference less alarming. Ritual can steady bodies under stress. Institutions can externalize protection so thoroughly that certain fears fade from everyday life altogether. This is one of the strongest arguments against crude biological fatalism. If human survival responses were fixed beyond meaningful reshaping, history would show much less variation than it does. Instead, it shows societies ranging from highly warlike to highly trade-oriented, from rigidly exclusionary to relatively cosmopolitan, from chronically suspicious to comparatively open. The old instincts remain, but they can be trained toward different expressions. Modern research into trauma sharpens this picture further. A nervous system shaped by repeated danger does not return easily to neutrality. And this can happen at individual, familial, and even communal scales. People who grow up under violence, instability, or scarcity often develop heightened vigilance that makes perfect sense in those settings and becomes burdensome elsewhere. Entire communities shaped by invasion, famine, occupation, displacement, or oppression may transmit habits of caution and distrust long after the original crisis has ended. Scholars still debate how far such patterns can influence later generations biologically through stress-linked mechanisms versus behaviorally through upbringing and social structure. The evidence is complex and incomplete, and exaggerated claims often outrun what is securely known. Even so, it is difficult to deny that survival histories can linger, not only in genes, if at all, but in posture, parenting, expectation, and emotional climate. There is a lesser-known complication here. Human beings are not merely fear learners, they're also fear modelers. Once culture begins explaining danger, it can attach ancient alarm systems to objects that were never part of ancestral survival in any direct sense. A flag, a doctrine, a rumor, a category of people, a moral violation, a financial signal, a digital message. All can be experienced with bodily seriousness because culture recruits older machinery for newer threats. This is one reason ideological fear can become so powerful. It is not abstract in the body. It borrows pathways originally shaped for predators, exile, and deprivation, and redirects them towards symbols, identities, and narratives. The result can be socially useful in some cases and destructive in others. But in either case it shows the same underlying principle. Biology supplies urgency, culture supplies interpretation. The debate over inheritance and learning becomes especially charged when discussing aggression, tribalism, and xenophobia. There is a strong temptation either to naturalize them completely or to deny any deep roots at all. Neither approach is sufficient. Human beings do seem readily capable of dividing the world into trusted and untrusted groups under pressure, and that likely reflects ancient survival problems where familiarity often did matter, but the particular content of those divisions, the intensity attached to them, and whether they harden into cruelty or are moderated by institutions and values, all of that is profoundly shaped by social conditions. What survives in comparative history shows not one inevitable pattern, but repeated interaction between predisposition and environment. Scarcity can intensify hostility. Stable exchange can soften it. Propaganda can weaponize it. Law can limit its effects. The old wiring may make division easy. It does not make any specific division unavoidable. This interaction may be one of the most human features of all. Unlike many species, people do not merely execute inherited programs. They live inside feedback loops. A fearful environment teaches fearful children. Fearful children become adults who build fearful institutions. Those institutions then confirm the original alarm and pass it on again. The reverse can also happen. Secure environments can permit broader trust. Broader trust can support stronger institutions. Stronger institutions can reduce daily vigilance and allow more social openness. In this sense, biology and culture are not separate layers stacked neatly atop one another. They are recursive. Each continually reshapes the other's expression. Ancient instinct provides the raw pressure. Human worlds decide whether that pressure hardens into chronic suspicion or is channeled into more stable forms of collective safety. There is also an important scientific humility required here. Popular discussions often speak too confidently about what ancient humans were wired to do, as if evolutionary stories were always obvious and testable. They are not. Many plausible accounts remain partly speculative. Some traits that look adaptive may be byproducts of other systems. Some modern behaviours may be newer than they appear. Some differences between populations or societies may be explained much better by immediate conditions than by deep history. Scholars still debate these issues for good reason. The evidence remains incomplete, and simple evolutionary storytelling can become a way of smuggling in modern assumptions under prehistoric labels. Caution is essential. The ancient survival instinct is real enough to deserve serious attention, but not so simple that it can explain every human fear, every social division, or every form of violence by itself. What can be said with confidence is narrower and more useful. Human beings inherit nervous systems prepared to treat uncertainty, threat, exclusion, and deprivation with seriousness. They also inherit a remarkable capacity to learn from others, to embed warning in culture, and to reshape instinct through institutions, rituals, and shared meaning. The balance between these forces varies by time, place, and experience. A child raised in security is not the same as one raised in chronic instability. A society organized around trust is not the same as one organized around siege mentality. An individual with trauma history is not the same as one whose alarms have rarely been reinforced. The ancient architecture remains, but its furnished interior can differ dramatically. That is why the debate matters so much. If everything were fixed, there would be little hope in studying human fear beyond description. If everything were learned from scratch, there would be little reason to honour how old and powerful our deeper responses can be. But the truth lies in the tension between inheritance and formation. We are born ready for danger, then taught what danger means. We arrive with ancient circuits, then spend our lives training them with family, place, history, scarcity, safety, and story. The body listens first, but culture keeps speaking long after the immediate threat has passed. And perhaps that is the most revealing answer the debate can offer. The ancient survival instinct persists not because biology triumphs over culture, nor because culture invents fear from nothing, but because the two have been intertwined from the beginning. The body brings readiness to the world gives readiness its shape. Across generations, those shapes can harden, soften, widen, or narrow, but they are never entirely detached from the old need to remain alive under uncertain conditions. In that sense, the instinct we never truly lost is neither purely inherited nor purely taught. It is something more human than either alone a living negotiation between ancient nervous systems and the changing worlds that keep training them. The ancient survival instinct is often praised for keeping our ancestors alive, and rightly so. Without it, there is no long human story, no migration across difficult continents, no endurance through drought, cold, predators, war, famine, or collapse. Yet the same inheritance that protects also exacts a cost. What once increased the odds of seeing another sunrise can, under different conditions, distort perception, harden boundaries, and keep the body locked in readiness long after immediate danger has passed. This is the stranger truth buried inside the survival instinct. It is not a clean gift. It is a powerful adaptation shaped for harsh worlds, and like many powerful adaptations, it remains useful precisely because it is willing to be unfair, exhausting, and sometimes destructive in order to keep the organism alive. An ancient body that assumes too much trust does not last as reliably as one that assumes caution. A group too open to sudden threat may disappear before its generosity has any chance to become a moral virtue. A nervous system that ignores irregularity because most irregularities turn out harmless may eventually miss the one that matters. This is why the survival instinct is biased. It tilts toward false positives. Better to tense at the wrong sound than to stay calm for the right one. Better to suspect the wrong stranger than to welcome the dangerous one. Better to over-prepare for scarcity than to discover too late that the season has turned worse than memory predicted. In prehistoric conditions, this asymmetry often makes sense, but those same biases, carried forward into dense societies and symbolic worlds, can produce chronic anxiety, social hostility, and needless suffering. Anxiety may be the clearest modern expression of this cost. In its oldest form, anxiety is useful. It is anticipation sharpened into preparation. It gets the body moving before the storm fully arrives, before the predator closes the distance, before the water runs dry, before the rival group reaches the bottleneck. But when the world changes faster than the nervous system does, anticipation can slip loose from immediate physical threat and attach itself to abstractions, symbols, probabilities, and unresolved futures that never fully materialize. The body remains in rehearsal. Muscles hold tension. Sleep becomes shallow. Attention circles back to unresolved uncertainty again and again, as though persistence itself might prevent disaster. Scholars still debate the exact relationship between evolved vigilance and modern anxiety disorders, because no single pathway explains every case. But what seems difficult to deny is that the same ancient machinery that once preserved life can, under chronic symbolic pressure, become painfully overactive. This overactivity is not weakness. It is often old competence in the wrong proportions. A body trained by evolution to notice subtle irregularities can become hypersensitive in environments full of endless low-level irregularity. A mind shaped to prepare for finite emergencies can struggle in conditions where emergencies are ambient, informational, economic, or social rather than immediate and physical. That is why modern anxiety can feel both irrational and deeply convincing at the same time. Rationally, a person may know they are not being hunted. The body does not care about that distinction as much as the conscious mind wishes it would. It cares that uncertainty is high, control is partial, belonging feels unstable, and consequences are hard to predict. In that respect, many features of modern life still look enough like ancient exposure to keep the older systems awake. The darker social costs are just as ancient. Group loyalty is adaptive in dangerous settings, but it easily shades into tribalism. Suspicion of unfamiliar people may once have helped protect scarce resources, vulnerable children, and fragile camps. Yet when amplified by ideology or stress, it becomes prejudice, exclusion, and cruelty. The body's quick sorting of familiar versus unfamiliar, safe versus uncertain, can be morally disastrous in large, complex societies where coexistence depends on widening the circle beyond kin and immediate allies. No single explanation fully accounts for human tribalism, because economics, politics, propaganda, history, and institutions all matter enormously. Still, the ancient readiness to treat difference as potentially costly remains one of the raw materials from which tribal conflict is repeatedly built. This is why scarcity is so dangerous not only materially but psychologically. Under pressure, the old instincts intensify. People become less patient with ambiguity, more attached to the inner group, more willing to interpret outsiders as threats, more prone to favor immediate protection over abstract fairness. It is easier to defend principle in abundance than under shrinking margin. Throughout history, periods of deprivation, instability, or perceived decline have so often coincided with scapegoating and hardened boundaries that the pattern can hardly be accidental. When bodies and communities feel cornered, ancient strategies regain force, hoard, close ranks, mistrust, punish, simplify, search for a cause embodied in some visible other. The survival instinct does not create ideology by itself, but it gives ideology powerful emotional fuel when the environment becomes threatening enough. A lesser-known cost lies in overlearning. The nervous system is very good at remembering what once hurt it, or nearly hurt it. That is useful if the world remains similar. It is less useful when conditions change and the old response keeps firing anyway. A community shaped by famine may carry food fears into generations of abundance. A family shaped by violence may teach vigilance where safety is genuinely improved. A society shaped by invasion may normalize suspicion long after the frontier has shifted. Individuals do the same thing. One betrayal can make trust feel biologically expensive for years. One near accident can alter how roads, heights, crowds, or darkness are perceived long afterward. The ancient survival instinct is conservative. It rarely gives up a successful alarm system just because the present moment argues that it should. This conservatism can distort politics, culture, and everyday life in subtle ways. People may prefer leaders who project certainty, force, and boundary making not because those traits are always wise, but because under perceived threat they resemble ancient protection. Communities may cling to familiar routines long after those routines stop serving them because familiarity itself lowers alarm. Institutions may over-police novelty because novelty feels like exposure. Families may transmit caution as love and control as care because historically those things were often intertwined. Even architecture can reflect its walls, gated spaces, elevated positions, sight lines, controlled entry, secure storage, defensive planning. Much of human design, both social and physical, bears the imprint of bodies trying to lower uncertainty by arranging the world into legible zones of inside and outside. There is also a personal cost to living in a body that remembers too well. Hypervigilance is exhausting. It narrows life. It turns rest into monitoring, curiosity into scanning, and solitude into exposure. It can erode pleasure by teaching the mind to treat stillness as suspicious rather than restorative. In ancient conditions, there may have been no alternative. Under frequent real threat, the body that relaxed too deeply was at obvious disadvantage. But modern lives often ask people to recover from dangers that are intermittent, social, diffuse, or already over. And the old machinery is not always good at hearing that the event has ended. This is part of why trauma is so difficult. It is not merely memory in the narrative sense. It is the body refusing to surrender a survival posture that once made terrible sense. And yet it would be wrong to frame all of this as an error. The cost exists because the system works often enough to endure. The same heightened sensitivity that creates anxiety can detect genuine danger early. The same loyalty that hardens into tribalism can also sustain extraordinary care, sacrifice, and mutual protection. The same conservatism that resists change can preserve hard-won wisdom about risk. The same reluctance to trust can prevent exploitation in genuinely unsafe environments. Ancient adaptations do not become bad merely because they create discomfort in new conditions. They remain mixed, context-dependent, and often tragically double-edged. What preserves one life may constrict another. What saves a community under siege may poison it in peace. This double edge is visible everywhere in history. Warriors who defend their people can also become instruments of conquest. Tight-knit communities can shelter the vulnerable and suffocate the unfamiliar. Caution can preserve tradition and block necessary adaptation. Readiness can protect children and make them inherit fear too early. Even empathy itself may have ancient asymmetries, often strongest for those nearest, those most legible, those most recognizably one's own. Expanding that empathy beyond the ancient circle is one of civilization's hardest moral tasks precisely because the old survival wiring did not evolve to make such expansion automatic. It had to be taught, ritualized, institutionalized, argued for, and defended against repeated collapse. Scholars still debate how much of modern overreaction, prejudice, and chronic stress should be understood through evolutionary mismatch and how much through immediate social structure. The debate matters, but it should not obscure the broader pattern. Human beings are carrying systems optimized for survival under recurrent danger, and those systems remain active in worlds where danger is distributed differently across time, class, geography, and information. The evidence remains incomplete on many specifics, but the overall contradiction is remarkably consistent. Ancient protection often arrives in forms that modern societies must work hard to discipline. The body does not naturally produce democracy, pluralism, patience, or universal trust. It produces alertness, attachment, caution, and rapid sorting. The rest is a moral and cultural project built around those tendencies, not instead of them. Perhaps the strangest cost of all is that survival can become its own worldview. A person, group, or society too governed by threat begins to measure everything in terms of preservation. Art becomes secondary, hospitality becomes risky, curiosity narrows, complexity becomes intolerable. The future shrinks toward defense and repetition. In extreme cases, the instinct that evolved to keep life going begins quietly reducing what kind of life is still possible. This too has ancient roots. Under enough pressure, surviving until tomorrow is the only rational priority. But once that stance becomes permanent, something distinctly human begins to contract. The species survives magnificently, yet lives more and more inside its own alarms. That is why the survival instinct needs more than gratitude. It needs understanding and, where possible, guidance, not eradication, because eradication would mean vulnerability of another kind, but calibration. Human history can be read in part as a long effort to build forms of life that keep the ancient alarm from ruling every decision. Laws restrain revenge. Ritual transforms fear into shared structure. Education broadens the sense of who belongs. Medicine lowers bodily precarity. Stored food reduces seasonal panic. Philosophy, religion, and art offer meanings larger than immediate threat. None of these abolish the old instinct. They surround it, soften it, redirect it, and sometimes fail to contain it. But their existence shows that human beings have long understood, even if not always consciously, that surviving is not the same as living well. So the strange cost of staying alive is this: the very system that carried our ancestors through darkness, hunger, predators, and collapse still asks to be obeyed even when the world no longer always requires such obedience. It remains quick, partial, suspicious, and stubborn, because those traits were often useful. It keeps hearts racing, boundaries hard, and sleep light, because for most of human time that was safer than the alternative. We owe much to that inheritance. We also suffer from it. Ancient protection comes bundled with ancient burdens, and both continue moving through us at once. To understand the survival instinct honestly is to hold both truths together. It saved us, and it still costs us. The body learned caution so deeply that it never quite learned how to forget, even when forgetting for a moment might be the beginning of peace. What endures in the human animal is not a single feeling, nor a single reflex, nor some crude permanent state of fear. It is something older and more intricate than that, a readiness to notice, to tighten, to gather close, to read changes in the world before the world fully explains itself. This is the inheritance that has followed our species through exposed plains, glacial cold, failing rivers, predator-rich nights, rival territories, famine corridors, burning cities, collapsing states, and all the quieter emergencies that never make it into monuments or textbooks. The ancient survival instinct remains with us not because we failed to outgrow it, but because outgrowing it entirely would have meant becoming less capable of lasting in a reality that has never been as stable as human beings prefer to imagine. If one looks across the deepest span of human experience, the continuity is almost unsettling. The tools change, the shelters deepen, language thickens, memory extends into writing, law, ritual, engineering, infrastructure, science, and governance. Cities rise where camps once stood. Borders replace horizons. Supply chains replace the daily search. Digital signals replace tracks in the dirt. Yet under pressure, the old sequence returns with remarkable fidelity. The pulse accelerates. Attention narrows. The familiar circle becomes precious. Exits matter. Water matters. Children matter. Sleep becomes lighter. Strangers are read more carefully. The body begins sorting the world once again into what feels inside safety and what seems likely to threaten it. This does not prove that humanity is primitive beneath a thin coat of progress. It proves that progress has always been carried forward by animals whose deeper systems still remember what it took to survive before progress existed at all. There is something almost humbling in that realization. Human beings like to locate their dignity in what separates them from other animals' symbolic thought. Language, art, law, religion, science, memory stretched across centuries. All of that matters. But part of our dignity also lies in what has remained continuous through all those later achievements. We are the descendants of creatures that learn to respond quickly enough, cooperate reliably enough, remember deeply enough, and adapt flexibly enough to persist through worlds that repeatedly destroyed the unprepared. The survival instinct is not only a residue of danger, it is evidence of competence accumulated over immense time. It lives in the parent who wakes at the wrong sound, in the traveller who notices when a place feels off, in the crowd that shifts before the cause is fully visible, in the quiet refusal of the body to treat uncertainty as trivial. Ancient readiness may burden us, but it is also one of the reasons any human story exists to be burdened at all. What makes this inheritance difficult is that it no longer appears in a simple world. Early humans faced direct exposure. Many modern humans live inside layers of mediation, technology, bureaucracy, and abstraction that both protect and confuse the old systems. The instinct still functions, but the objects of its attention have multiplied and become symbolic. A silent phone can provoke a bodily unease once reserved for more immediate threats. A rumour can spread through thousands before anyone verifies it. A market collapse can trigger reactions rooted in ancient scarcity. A social exclusion can wound with the force of lost shelter. The body is still doing its old work, but it is doing it in environments saturated with meanings its earliest versions never had to process. That mismatch is real, and it explains much about the strange tension of modern life. Yet even in mismatch, the deeper pattern remains intelligible. Human beings continue scanning for disruption because disruption, in one form or another, still carries cost. There is also a reason the ancient instinct never became obsolete even as civilization expanded. Civilization does not abolish vulnerability, it redistributes it. It lowers some dangers while creating dependence on larger, more elaborate systems. It protects people from open exposure while making them reliant on supply, coordination, governance, and infrastructure. When those systems function well, ancient vigilance can relax a little. When they fail, the older layers return almost at once because the underlying human problem has not changed. Bodies still need water, food, shelter, warmth, protection, trust, and orientation. Children still need carrying. Communities still need shared rules. Fear still becomes useful when it drives action before collapse becomes irreversible. In that sense, the survival instinct is not merely a remnant. It remains current because the terms of life, however refined, never stopped including uncertainty. And uncertainty may be the real center of this story. More than claws, more than storms, more than rival groups. Uncertainty is what the human animal learned to treat with seriousness. The rustle beyond the fire, the season turning wrong, the half-familiar stranger, the emptying storage, the changed behavior in a crowd, the silence after a signal should have arrived. These all belong to the same family of alarms. They say that the world may no longer be behaving as expected. An expectation has always been one of the fragile structures on which survival depends. Human beings endure because they are unusually good at noticing when the pattern shifts. That sensitivity sometimes becomes anxiety, sometimes prejudice, sometimes overreaction, sometimes wisdom. It is mixed because the world that shaped it was mixed. But it remains one of the species' defining features and unwillingness, at the bodily level, to ignore the possibility that safety may be thinning. Scholars will continue debating which parts of this inheritance are most deeply biological, which are primarily cultural, and where the boundary between them becomes impossible to draw cleanly. The evidence remains incomplete, as it must in any history stretching so far beyond written testimony. But the broad outline holds. Human beings carry nervous systems prepared by ancient danger. They carry social habits shaped by long dependence on groups. They carry memories, both personal and collective, that can deepen or redirect inherited alarm. They build institutions to contain fear and sometimes institutions that weaponize it. They widen circles of belonging and sometimes shrink them again under pressure. No single explanation can capture all of this, because survival itself has always required many layers working together. What endures is not a single ancestral command, but a whole deep arrangement of body, memory, group, and world. That arrangement helps explain why certain images remain so powerful across ages. A light in darkness, a sealed door, a wall holding against weather or attack, a hand reaching for a child, a store of food set aside, a high place above floodwater, a road still open when others are blocked, a familiar face appearing during confusion. These things carry more than practical value. They resonate with old human relief. They represent lowered uncertainty. They promise that for one more night, one more season, one more dangerous turn in history, the thin line between order and exposure may still hold. Even the grandest achievements of civilization often return, emotionally, to this same basic pattern. We keep building larger and more complex versions of the campfire because the original problem was never fully solved. We still want a center of warmth, a boundary, a watch, a plan for morning. At the same time, there is something worth resisting in the temptation to reduce humanity entirely to survival. We're not only the species that fears well, we're also the species that can reflect on fear, discipline it, widen sympathy beyond its first boundaries, and create forms of life in which alarm does not have to dominate every decision. The survival instinct may be ancient, but so is the effort to soften its harsher consequences. People have long shared food beyond immediate kin, sheltered strangers, cared for the injured, created rituals to contain panic, and taught children that not every darkness hides harm. History is not merely the story of instinct ruling culture. It is also the story of culture trying, again and again, to teach instinct where to stop. That effort is one of the most human things about us. So what endures is not simply fear, and not simply resilience either. It is the tension between them. It is the body quickening at uncertainty and the mind trying to interpret it. It is the group pulling inward for safety and larger moral systems trying to widen the circle. It is the habit of vigilance and the longing for rest. It is the memory of exposure carried forward into worlds built to reduce exposure, and the recurring discovery that no world ever succeeds completely. This tension has accompanied our species from the beginning. It shaped how we moved, slept, fought, cared, stored, settled, migrated, and remembered. It shaped how we built civilization and why civilization always feels slightly more fragile than it first appears, and it still shapes, in quiet ways, how we inhabit ordinary days. Perhaps that is why the ancient survival instinct never feels wholly foreign when it appears. It may embarrass the modern self, it may exhaust it, it may misfire, constrict, overreach, or turn against conditions that no longer deserve such force. Yet when the pulse jumps and attention locks, there is often also a strange recognition, as if something old has stepped forward not as an invader, but as a relative. It belongs to us because we belong to the chain of lives it helped preserve. The body is not betraying civilization when it reacts this way. It is revealing the longer story beneath civilization, the one in which every comfort, every structure, every archive, and every settled routine rests finally on creatures that learn to last in unstable worlds. And so the ancient instinct we never truly lost remains where it has always been, at the threshold between exposure and shelter, between confidence and caution, between the known and the dark just beyond it. It waits in the nervous system, in family habits, in crowded streets, in disaster drills, in sleepless nights, in food stored for later, in the relief of a locked door, in the reflex to protect the smallest body in the room. It is older than history and still alive inside history. It is burdensome, useful, morally complicated, biologically deep, socially shaped, and impossible to understand honestly if any one piece is ignored. Above all, it is human, not because it is noble in every form, but because it has travelled with us through everything, adapting as we adapted, never fully disappearing, always ready to rise when the world begins to feel uncertain again. The fire has burned low now, and what remains is not the panic of first alarm but the quieter knowledge of how long the species has lived beside uncertainty, across plains that no longer exist, beside rivers that changed course before any map could hold them, under skies watched by hunters, scavengers, migrants, parents, and the sleepless. Human beings kept learning the same difficult lesson. Safety was never a permanent condition. It was something made each evening, guarded each night. repaired each morning and sometimes lost by noon. We inherited that rhythm more deeply than we tend to admit. Perhaps that is why certain things still calm us with such ancient force. Warm light, a roof in rain, food set aside, the sound of familiar voices in the next room, a child sleeping safely, the ordinary hum of systems working as they should. These are modern comforts, but they touch old structures in the mind. They answer needs older than language. They promise, for a little while, that the boundary is holding, that the dark remains outside, that the world has not yet turned against us in some new and difficult way. And when those comforts fail, even briefly, the old alertness returns with unnerving speed, as if no time at all has passed since our ancestors kept watch by embers and listened for movement beyond the circle of light. There is no clean ending to a story like this because the instinct itself has no clean end. It moves with us into every century. It sits beneath crowded cities and remote roads, beneath domestic rituals and emergency plans, beneath private anxieties and collective panics. It can narrow us, and it can save us. It can harden boundaries, and it can draw people fiercely together. It can keep the body awake too long, and it can also be the reason that body survives another night. That is the difficult inheritance. The same readiness that once guarded fragile camps still lives inside minds, trying to rest in worlds they only partly control. And yet there is something almost tender in that continuity. Generation after generation, human beings passed onward more than genes or tools or stories. They passed onward a readiness to care whether the world had become unsafe, a refusal to ignore the signs of trouble, a deep and bodily insistence that life is worth protecting, even when protection is exhausting. Beneath all the fear, that may be the most enduring thing of all. Not merely alarm, but attachment, not merely panic, but the stubborn desire to keep one another alive. So the image lingers where it began, a small circle of light in a surrounding dark. Not because humanity never moved beyond that circle, but because in some deeper sense we never stopped rebuilding it. In every shelter, every law, every storehouse, every rescue, every warning, every act of care. The old campfire glows again in another form. It is never enough to banish all danger. It never was. But it is enough, often enough, to carry memory forward, to protect the living for one more night, and to let the human story continue into morning.